Hello, my astrology friends. This is Lada from astrolada.com, and these are your June 2025 horoscopes. June is very interesting month. We have Jupiter moving to Cancer on the 10th of June. For the last 2 years, Jupiter, the great benefactor, the one that's supposed to give abundance, growth, healing, expansion to every one of us, has been in two signs where it's very weak, in Taurus and Gemini. So these qualities of growth, expansion, optimism, you can see it even around the world. They have not been so easy coming to us. But Jupiter moving into Cancer is where it's strongest. And it will stay there for a whole year till next summer 2026. So those qualities of growth, of opportunities, will multiply, will become bigger. The ability to grow and to expand will become bigger for us over the next 1 year. I mean, fertility as well. Jupiter in Cancer is very fertile. The fertility of the land, the fertility of the animals and humans themselves should improve. So should the conditions of families. Cancer rules normal families. The good qualities, the good conditions around the world for even buying real estate should improve. For maybe laws will be, Jupiter rules laws, will be accepted kind of around the world in different places, that will give more preference for families, for normal people, which is Cancer. So we have a lot of wonderful things that are going to start the inception gradually from June. But initially, before this growth, this opportunity comes to us, right in June and July, Jupiter will receive a challenging aspect from Saturn and Neptune, because simultaneously in the whole June and the whole July, we're going to have Saturn and Neptune together in the sky. This happens once every 35 years. The last time Saturn and Neptune were together was the fall of the Berlin Wall, a big, huge socio-economic change starting to happen. And so the times are, this Jupiter, yes, will help us grow, but at the same time, we have very unstable social, economic, political times. And June and July are a peak. And again, Saturn and Neptune will meet in February 2026. And so the whole 2025, 2026, even into 2027, we have this Saturn-Neptune conjunction that starts a new cycle. But it's very powerful in June and July, because it's not only Saturn and Neptune, but the Jupiter squaring them. So the three gas giants are interacting in June and July. Plus, towards the end of June, there will be a new moon. The sun, the moon, and Jupiter will align in one line like that together. While at the same time squaring, which is a challenging aspect of corrections, of growth, of some crisis, will square Neptune and Saturn. So probably the peak month of 2025, of some very important social, economic, political, and even natural events. Watch out for big natural events happening. Two of the planets, Saturn and Neptune, are in Aries, fire, and the a new moon with Jupiter, the moon, and the sun, the other three super important bodies in our solar system, is happening in water, in Cancer. So there can be this play in nature between fire and water. In some places it will be water big events, in other places there will be fire big events. We don't know which, but I have to put it out there. And internally, this is the clash of water and fire within us. And what happens when water and fire bring together? It's steam. It will get steamy. It will get tumultuous. This is also volcanic energy. Volcano fire erupts and falls into water, Cancer, where the other planets are, and solidifies into something. So water and fire can create earth. They can create something new, tangible, and real. But the initial clash, it's intense. They actually, even in esoteric knowledge, we know that the battle between the creative forces happens on the verge of water and fire, where demons and angels battle each other, but they together create the reality that we have. So we have this massive epic battle of the giants, of the Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, the sun involved as well. So there'll be tension within us. Imagine water is emotions, fire, it's so fire is an impulse to act, so the emotions will be very intense. There will be a lot of emotionalism in our reactions, so be aware of that. And because Jupiter is the desire to expand, to grow, optimism, faith, Saturn is the impulse to block that. So there will be moments of I feel very high and excited and inspired in June and into July, and moments where I feel the energy of Saturn. So seesaw, optimism, pessimism. Yes, I can do it. New inspiration. A new moon aligns with Jupiter, the sun, and moon in the first degrees of Cancer on the 26th approximately of June. And that's a powerful impulse for new beginning to fructify, to give birth. Cancer is a very motherly sign, creative sign, to give birth of something new that is, it will be very fruitful. But we have to overcome some challenge, and it might be the challenge of reality. Saturn rules the rules of the world, the materialistic obstacles we need to overcome, or the materialistic laws and rules that we have to follow in order to fulfill these new visions. Because definitely Jupiter in Cancer wants to give birth to something brand new, beautiful, very expansive and very fruitful. But at the same time, specifically in June, we have to overcome some obstacles. And this energy, how we're going to feel it collectively and internally. First, the markets, the financial situation can be quite crazy in June and into July. They can be, every time Saturn squares Jupiter, in the last year, we had it 2 times over the last 12 months. We always had the markets plummet because there's some rearrangement of layers. So we can expect something like that, similar as well. Also in personal financial circumstances, some rearrangements of layers and uncertainty, or having to overcome some obstacles as well. But generally, what Saturn squared Jupiter is asking us to do is to build something new on something, maybe, breathe new life into old plans. Saturn is something old. Jupiter is something new because it's just starting a new cycle into Cancer. And so we need to breathe something new into the old plans, or we can bring new something new wants to be born out of the old, but maybe through a crisis, because we have this square. And the other way we can see this energy playing out is we need to sacrifice something. Saturn Neptune conjunction, it's about sacrificing or giving up something in order to allow another area of our life to grow up. So if you have such themes in your life, no matter where it is, just know is that this big battle between all those planets here. Give up something or sacrifice so we can grow in a different direction of life. It's okay. Another way Saturn Jupiter square can play out is to realign your plans and goals, especially in business, especially the ones that are about the worldly achievements, because Saturn and Jupiter rule the external world, your goals, and realign them to make them more practical. And especially Saturn squaring Jupiter asks us to kind of pare down somehow our endeavors and concentrate our energies on some kind of more practical or fewer projects, or more high quality projects. So instead of big numbers, so if you spread yourself thin in a few places, you're doing a few things. Now it will be the time, June and July, paring down, just focusing on the really high quality projects or really high quality decisions in your life, and removing certain excess ones. So there is this concentration, but also whittling down of excess, whittling down of too many things, to focus on something very high quality, because Jupiter in Cancer is very high quality something, but just not too many things. And another way it can play out as well, and it's to cut down your liabilities, because Jupiter can also indicate expenses where we spend too much time or money or energy or emotions that is basically a liability, that it's a waste. Saturn will show us what is a waste to remove it when it's squaring Jupiter. So really beautiful things will come through Jupiter in Cancer, but more towards the second part of the year. More will start feeling it when Jupiter becomes visible and stops squaring Saturn, which is from August. Those opportunities will become easier to grow into, to expand. This very powerful growth of Jupiter in Cancer. Jupiter is the strongest there. Growth, abundance, wealth. Jupiter rules all of those things. Joy, happiness. But June and July, it's still it's time where you whittle down, where you spread yourself too thin, extra expenses, extra liabilities, where you've been overdoing, where you have been overspending yourself thin, or overspreading yourself thin, or overspending will come under scrutiny during that time. But this is the preparatory stage for something big and something wonderful that you'll be blessed with over the next 1 year. So even if you have moments of uncertainty now in June and July, moments of like a crisis, like in a battle between light and darkness, between confidence and, because Jupiter symbolizes to have faith, to be full of confidence, and Saturn is kind of like putting a brake on it or making you question what is realistic, what is not. But there will be some new ideas that are born, especially towards the end of the month, of very powerful new circumstances that are born and opportunities into your life towards the end of June, after the new moon in Cancer, while at the same time it will require either sacrifice or scrutiny or some real alignment and rearrangement of your other plans and other responsibilities, so you can focus on the things that are really important. And the Saturn-Neptune conjunction, I'll speak a lot more about it in the July videos, but it is happening. I think worldwide it will be very strongly activated in June, because Jupiter and the new moon trigger this conjunction in June. So watch out for big geopolitical, social, economic, big shakeups and new beginnings as well, because these are cardinal signs. Cancer and Aries, these are signs of new beginnings. Cardinality means to new circumstances, new beginnings. But because they're at a square, it's like you're moving forward with new beginnings. But I always love to give this example, but the cart is moving forward. Big spin of the wheel is happening, but the wheels of the cart are square. So, so the journey starts like that. Rough. Yes, new things start, but it's a rough start. And it's normal sometimes, it's Saturn Jupiter is when you can curb certain overindulgent behaviors of yourself. It can be addictions, because Jupiter can be like overdoing something, and the initial stages are difficult. It's about retreating from society, going through the pains of not having what you usually indulge with, but after that the abundance and the growth and the reward follows. Maybe I think we'll start seeing it from August. Whatever sacrifice we did, whatever more difficult choices we have to make now in June and July, and to prioritize in some direction. After that, especially September, October, November, December, such wonderful things are coming collectively to the world and individually, because in June starts the square of Jupiter and Saturn. But towards the end of the year, so let's say the autumn in the northern hemisphere, Saturn and Jupiter hold a trine for 2 months. So there will be a big reward as well, big growth. But the new beginnings are now a little bit rougher, with some difficult decisions, but they can be and down the line, they will be extremely productive, helpful, and let's say rewarding, especially if you do the hard work now. When Saturn and Jupiter, they're required to keep a very moral principle stance of yourself. All right. So, and Saturn, Neptune, what can we talk about it? Again, it is connected to natural disasters as a possibility. It is connected to big political world events that will change. But this cycle lasts 35 years ahead. So we'll just see the seeds now of it. Because it's in Aries, it will be new political moves, new leaders, new direction of economics overall that will start just like when Saturn and Neptune joined last time in the early 90s, late 80s, the Berlin Wall fell, the communist regime in Eastern Europe fell. It was a brand new world. And the whole map, geopolitical, economically, will be rewritten over 2025 and 2026 through the Saturn-Neptune conjunction in Aries. It will be, might be in very harsh ways as well, through very strong leaders or very unapologetic means, because Mars, Aries, sorry, doesn't touch lightly. It's like, does, uses force basically. But there is another way to describe the Saturn-Neptune conjunction, which starts in Neptune in June and July. It's your ideals, which is Neptune, your belief systems, which is Neptune, will form and will be able to lay the foundations of something tangible and real, which is Saturn. A friend of mine had a vision about this combination, and she says it was given to you. I have very psychic friends. She wrote to me and says there was a message from Spirit towards you. And she said, I don't understand it, but it's for you. And she says, the waters you have chosen will build shores where there was none before. And I said, this is Saturn-Neptune conjunction that is just starting. The waters you've chosen, the emotional alignments, your beliefs, the water rules this, your beliefs, your ideals, will determine, and also your, imagination. The waters is imagination, your inner world, your inner vibration, your soul qualities will build and will be able now to build shores where there was none. So you can create out of thin air, which is kind of Neptune, out of the imaginative, the idealistic world, the ideas in your mind, your inspirations, your dreams, you can make them into reality. And not just in June, July, this is a 1-2 year process, but it's starting now. What ideals are you going to get now? And how are you going to manifest them? Or what kind of inspiration, Neptune, are you going to receive now? Very rare. It's not going to happen again for 35 years. And how are you going to fulfill it? And let's start with the 12 signs, but I also have prepared for you Uranus in Gemini, which happens in July, a 5-hour webinar with 100 pages PDF with absolutely every possible aspect. Say if you're Leo, Venus in Leo, or Moon in Sagittarius, Uranus will oppose you, sextile you. What does it mean for you? And how Uranus in Gemini will affect you for the next 8 years. And I give, even for the hard aspects, very optimistic outlook, what to look and what to expect for the final result, because the final result is what we're looking here, not the turbulence of the transit itself. But so you can keep the goal and the purpose, the spiritual and even material purpose of this, what it is. So you make sense of Uranus, because when Uranus affects us, everything changes in the life, everything suddenly. Without the warning, bam, one day is one way and the other day your reality is different. So you can check it out. It's only $19, $20 for usually something that would cost $200. I want to make it affordable for you. So if you're interested, click on the link in the description below, and you can own it. For early birds, it's $20. It becomes $30 after that. Aries, Sun, Moon, or Rising, June 2025. Some people will identify more with their sun sign. Some feel it's strong, their moon sign prediction. Some feel strong, their ascendant. So best to check all three, to see which one resonates with you the same, or different periods in our life. We can feel more like our sun sign, especially when we have more freedom, when we're more in our masculine energy of success, or sometimes when we're more and more in our feminine energy, like family oriented or more emotional. The moon prediction will be more correct. But what does June hold for us? Well, the Saturn-Neptune conjunction is going to happen in your sign Aries, the first 2-3 degrees. And especially early born Aries, which is, I don't know, someone born 20th, 21st, 22nd, up to 23rd of March, or if their ascendant or moon is in the first 3-4 degrees, Saturn, Neptune are meeting there in those couple of degrees, June, July, into August, you can feel it as well. Powerful, powerful new beginnings. And as I said, Saturn and Neptune is the ability to manifest. Saturn is to tangibly manifest something into real, tangible structures, into reality, into concrete reality, to manifest your ideals, to manifest your deepest dreams, which is Neptune. Neptune is the ideal. Neptune is what we download from the invisible realms. Neptune is the desires of the soul. Neptune is the unconditional love as well that God can send us there. But you can manifest such kind of very intangible principles into actions, or love into practical actions as well. Saturn is something practical, Aries is actions, Saturn is something tangible, Neptune is unconditional love or divine inspiration. So maybe some of you will get big inspiration starting from the summer. It will again repeat in February 2026. So it's not a one-off moment, even if you don't get it now. But it's starting, and some big new vision, inspiration can come to you as an Aries. Some big new ideal, some big new opportunity or direction in life, because your ideals, your spiritual alignment is changing, and you'll be able, maybe over the next 35 years, because it's a 35-year cycle, or at least the half cycle of it, which is 15 years, 16, to do it. Whatever those new ideas or new circumstances are coming into your life now, they might take many years ahead to unfold, but they can be your cornerstone of strength, development, and growth for 30 years ahead, you know. So be very, very much pay attention, all of your Aries, what imaginations, what inspirations, or what changing circumstances are around you now in June and July, then again the beginning of 2026 when the conjunction happens again, because it will be very telling where the winds will blow for you for 30 years ahead and more. And but this is great. You can be like the master magician if you're into the high vibrations, because you can put into actions and manifest something from nothing, because Neptune is nothing. Is okay, you download something and you have some inspiration, but it's in the invisible realm. It's inside your soul. It's inside your vision, inside your third eye. Saturn can make it a reality. And sometimes it can happen through difficult circumstances initially, because we don't like changing much. And especially if you're those early degree sun, moon, or ascendant, watch out your health. Saturn and Neptune together, two big important planets. If you haven't been careful with your health, you might have to, you know, really change your whole lifestyle over the next 1 year to build this new one, because the sun or the ascendant and the moon are connected first to health and then to self-identity. Some new roles can come to you that you have to play in life, some new directions in life, some totally new circumstances, especially the early Aries, but for all Aries, it's happening in your sign. You'll be the sign that is most changed, not just this year, for years, for the next 2-3 years ahead, because of Saturn, Neptune being there together. No other sign gets such a powerful planetary modification as you do, as your whole life. So make a dream into reality. But also Saturn and Neptune have the quality of sacrifice. Neptune is release, let go. Saturn is saying no. So it will be much easier for you, Aries. Neptune, June, July, but I would say a whole year ahead, to first say no to things that you don't want, and to dissolve them and to let them go through Neptune and Saturn. So you have this Iron Man ability to build new foundations in your life now, new ideals, but you need to do the hard work as well, because Saturn says you cannot just do it. It's not going to fall in your lap. You have to make some sacrifices. You have to say no to something. You have to release some things to manifest the high manifestation of Saturn and Neptune. Build your dream. Saturn, build Neptune dream. And but there is so much support for you on that. And another big event, and of course sometimes it can happen for us to be realigned to the right dream, and the right, let's say, dharmic path for us, sometimes it can happen through a crisis, and to wake us up to the new direction, which is a strong possibility as well. But also Jupiter is squaring Saturn the whole month. Jupiter is moving into your fourth house. We'll speak at the end of the videos what it means to have Jupiter in the fourth house for the next year. But just in June, Jupiter is squaring Saturn. And so, as I said, there might be some need to, because something new, and there is a new moon in Cancer, especially towards the end of June, where you can feel like something new is being born as an opportunity for you, or the circumstances in your family life, in your personal life, with your parents, with your children, with where you live, with your real estate, or with your emotional needs that are changing. Something new, big, or very different is coming. But there might need to be some kind of a sacrifice of some personal comforts, or some personal old behaviors or lifestyle, Saturn and Neptune in the first house, to allow this new opportunity to grow in your fourth house here for your emotional happiness, because fourth house rules happiness. Fourth house rules being anchored and rooted. Fourth house rules the family. There can be opportunity for settling and so on. For some of you, powerful good news about family, another member, or moving somewhere, or something that's very good for where, like finding the right place to live, the right place of expanding your house, some improvement in the circumstances of your family. But because there is a square specifically in June, it might come as a more difficult decision you have to make, and it clashes with planets in your sign. So sometimes it can even reverse, like you have to make sacrifice in the personal family life because of a dream of yours, Saturn and Neptune in the first, or because of some goals of yours, or because of some personal health issues, for example. Or it can play, I'm not sure where you have to do the sacrifice so you grow. It can play either in Cancer or in Leo, in Aries. It's either in your first house you have to sacrifice something for the growth and betterment of your family overall, or the other way. You have to sacrifice something in your personal family life and family relationship, or real estate, or place of living, for the purpose of growth and development of a new, as I said, ideal or health or direction in your life. So yeah, there is some important decisions might have to be taken by you, connected with family, home, personal goals, health, even appearance is the first house. If your sun is in Aries, it's more connected to career and your ambitions in life, that some decision or some important development is happening. And even if at moments you feel like you have to juggle between positivity and fears, it is possible in June. As I said, this month can be up and down emotionally. Jupiter and Saturn are battling it out, moments feeling very positive, moments feeling more scared from the realities and how things are going to play out. But it's also about realigning your plans and goals in a more realistic way, and even scaling down if you spread yourself too thin in certain areas of life, with family, with home, or in your personal life, to scale it down to the most quality projects, the most quality, let's say, actions. So yeah, but I want to talk a little bit beyond June, because Jupiter will stay in your fourth house for the next 12 months, for a whole year. Despite of June being a bit rougher, or let's say more challenging, you see that over the next 12 months, really the circumstances of your family will improve drastically, because of Jupiter becoming, it's strongest in Cancer. It rules your also internal happiness, this house. You can heal emotionally from past traumas, and especially if you had problems in your family, because Mars was retrograde in your fourth house for the last 7-8 months and was there for a long time. So if you felt more unsettled emotionally, more restless emotionally and at home and with the circumstances of your life, Jupiter coming there says that within a year that is there, you're going to build the perfect circumstances for your personal life. The perfect circumstances will appear. You'll find a place that you feel at home, that you can call home, or your safe haven. Your home will become like your castle, or you can find the right home. You can build property. You can expand your real estate. For example, if you work in real estate or hospitality, it's going to be a very auspicious, especially after June, July, from August onwards, very auspicious 1 year period for you. Also, for the circumstance of a family, adding in new family, Jupiter is very fertile in the fourth house. Like, I don't know, you're like in my case, being very strong Aries, my sibling is going to have a baby in July, August, and there'll be a marriage in the family. So good news over the next 12 months can come to you for family, or even your own. If you want to settle, have children, fantastic for that. You can become more fertile. Fourth house is the house of motherhood, parenthood. It can be good to find the right place to live or improve the relationship with parents. So if you had some burdens and responsibilities connected to parents or connected to family, usually towards the end of the summer, I see it more that you will be relieved and freed, because Jupiter is relieving and freeing energy. And wherever you go to live or wherever it's happening in your home, it will feel good and positive after June and July. Initially, there can be this, push to arrange those things. And Venus is in your second house pretty much all of the month, so it's good for finances to some extent, because the other planets are much bigger influences. But yeah, and for feeling emotional kind of security in a sense, and for enjoying the five senses, good food, pleasant, good clothes. To second house is your face, even your face becoming more attractive. The words that you use is the second house, using more smooth, beautiful language to talk to people. But just remember, the biggest change is this fourth house for you, with family, personal circumstances, emotional well-being, and the foundation in your life, and real estate if you want, and the big Saturn Neptune conjunction, which is saying it's the beginning for you to step into some very important new role. That's the first house, new role that especially it will consolidate over the next 3 years while Saturn is in Aries and Neptune is there, and it will be unfolding for 30 years ahead or more. And new role, new inspiration, new direction, new lifestyle, new career if it's your son, can be there, new image, your ascendant, your moon, totally new role, and in your personal life circumstances as well. So very important month. And by the way, I forgot to say, Uranus, my Uranus webinar, it's out, it's $20 only. For early birds, Uranus in Gemini, 8 years ahead. If you like my style of teaching, and I cover absolutely every single possible transit Uranus can make to your chart. Just like I'm an Aries, Uranus will be sextiling me. Wonderful new opportunities in an easy, non-disruptive way. I go through every planet, what it means, through every house Uranus can pass. And it's so cheap for 5 hours of video and 100 pages of written material that you have for life. Thank you. Taurus, Sun, Moon, or Rising, June 2025. Taurus, June, we have the beginning of the Saturn-Neptune conjunction in your 12th house. Doesn't directly affect you, but here it's behind you exactly. So there will be some powerful subconscious processes that are starting to work in you, and those subconscious processes want to free you from old complexes, past lives, if you believe in past lives, but if you watch astrology, for sure, past lives, attachments, past lives, pains and hurts, or ones that are from this lifetime, but that are buried in your subconscious. And those are the things that we call underwater stones that we trip on. Deep motivations that are unconscious for us, fears that are unreasonable, and any kind of our inner demons and monsters that we're not very clear about because they're deep into the subconscious. Because the goal of Saturn-Neptune conjunction in your 12th house is basically to restructure your consciousness, your subconsciousness. That's the realm of the subconsciousness. And hopefully to implant it and to reprogram it with higher matrix images and beliefs in some way. It's one of the houses of deeply seated beliefs that are based on past lifetimes and early programming. And Saturn, Neptune want to deconstruct, dissolve. Neptune dissolve, Saturn deconstructs it and infuse you with more, with that your subconscious becomes your ally rather than your enemy. Many times our subconscious is the biggest enemy, the way we self-sabotage ourselves. So it can be a bit of a hidden process, psychological process, that you're not exactly sure what's happening, or you might be working with a psychologist or self-analyzing yourself. And as I said, this process is a year or 2 year long, at least 2 years, but it's very intense in June and July now. It's going to be very intense in January, February 2026 as well, when the aspect repeats. So some old monsters might be released, let go of, and even self-sabotaging behaviors like addictions. 12th house rules addictions, and that's what Neptune, Saturn will help you dissolve to some of you, release. It might not be an overnight process. These are both slow-moving planets. These both can take a couple of years to 3 years to see the results, but know that there is mighty forces in that direction. You might have an addiction to porn, you might have an addiction to spending and shopping. Saturn and Neptune will help you. Neptune helps you release, Saturn helps you say no. So this kind of a sacrifice, and even if it comes with some kind of a bit of the need to isolate at moments, but you can do it now. You can start doing it now. You can get the impulse very strongly now. Or there can be some other strongly held things that are keeping you to the past that start dissolving. It doesn't always have to be addictions, as we talked about. They can, but they also, it starts like a new beginning, because they start a new cycle in your 12th house, not just in your subconscious, that you'll be cleared up from certain old attachments and subconscious self-identifications, but also memories from the past can start resurfacing very strongly for a year, 2 years ahead for you. The Saturn-Neptune conjunction, it's very slow-moving and long-lasting. And even in your dreams, you might start reliving all traumas or fears or things that really kind of activated you psychologically, emotionally in your dreams. And you might not even be aware this is what activated you. But if you keep dreaming the same dream, say that your parents are leaving and you're young and they're going somewhere maybe, and you're like, why do I always dream of this period in my life? Or why do I always dream of this person from my high school or whatever? This is a sign that actually there was a trauma there, that unprocessed feelings. And the dream world is processing you for you. It's your subconscious is helping you process it through dreams. Like I've had for years and years recurring dream with similar themes, and in my dream world I work through them, and little by little, after year, I kind of act a bit more different in that dream. So it's sometimes we do it almost like subconsciously, that our higher or self is working on it, even without us trying to, with psychologists or whatever, through our dream world healing us. But there can be also a new beginning there in regards to really people, especially people that are aligned to inspiration, music, art, that spend time alone to create something, which is the 12th house, and they need to download. You might be a writer, you might be even someone like me, an astrologer, who spends a lot of time in my head thinking about influences, because 12th house is deep thinking, to go within yourself, deep introspection, to think on something. It's so it can be very supportive of deep meditative states for people for years ahead, if you're Taurus, for the next 2-3 years, for kind of really this inner world, organizing it, putting order to it, and enriching it. Neptune will enrich it. Saturn will organize those new inspirations, those new feelings that are unfamiliar for you, those new sensations, even to the connection to the invisible world sensations, because Neptune in the 12th house makes you very psychic for the next 14 years. It makes you very aligned to invisible astral positive or negative influences. So that's why it's imperative for you for years ahead to learn to control your subconscious. I mean, it's hard to control your subconscious, but to at least put some order when negative fears, unproductive, or kind of baseless fears or negative thoughts appear from the subconscious and feelings, to quickly, with the power of Saturn there, to reorganize them, to cut them off, because Saturn has the power to cut off. Instead of allowing yourself to, because both Saturn and Neptune on the low vibration can drag you down into very dark astral states, emotional, psychological, that depressive, fearful. But actually remember, if such things appear, not just in July, but for a year, a couple of years ahead, know that this is the process of actually you learning to work with those subconscious fears, to release them, to overcome them, rather than to be their slave. You know, because Saturn wants to, and Neptune, to liberate you from this slavery. But there can be a new beginning in a faraway country for some of you. I don't know, 12 houses, faraway countries, foreign places, unknown realms for you, or just really entering into those, the unknown realms of the imagination, the creative. As I said, this is a very creative house, the 12, to receive like downloads and to put them into reality. Say you receive a piece of music, Neptune, or an inspirational idea for a book or romance, Neptune, for a novel. Neptune is the very creative, idealistic, or inspirational. You receive some image there, and Saturn puts it into reality. Gradually, it's not going to be overnight, but that's how it can play out. It's also very good period to let go of things that you're wasteful with. 12 houses, the house of releasing, wastefulness, overspending of your energy. This is what addictions are. They're overspending of our energy. That will be very potent period now for Tauruses, if you have such. And letting go of things. But don't forget that we have Jupiter from the 9th of June also entering your 3rd house. Wow, it will be there for 12 months. You might not immediately feel from June its beneficial influences, because Jupiter is the best and strongest in Cancer. It gives the best results, the most fruitful, the fastest growth, but not in June and July yet, because Jupiter is squared by Saturn. Saturn is about limitation, but Saturn, Jupiter square in your 3rd house will help you in June and July, for example, to prioritize where you're spending your money, your energy, and to cut down, especially 3rd house is projects, your everyday engagements, schedules, meetings, plans. You know, 3rd house is very material, everyday life things, like your daily business. I do first this, second this, third that. And if you've overspread yourself too thin with such activities, the Saturn square to your Jupiter in your 3rd house will help you basically to concentrate on more productive project. 3rd house is any business projects, any where you put your mind as well. So some kind of a bit of a house cleaning first there, where you're putting your attention, what you read, who you talk with, the 3rd house, what you watch on TV, on social media. 3rd house rules all of those things. Or your daily, you know, as I said, your daily many activities. If you spread yourself too thin all over the place, this couple of months, June and July, is about realigning you to the more quality such projects or activities that you do today in your day. So don't get frustrated if you get blocked access to certain such activities, because it's time for you to scale down back a bit, at least those 2 months. And after that, Jupiter will make your mind very fertile ground, because it's the 3rd house. Is like the 12th house is the subconscious mind. The 3rd house is the everyday normal mind. And of course, the 9th house is the higher mind. But so these houses for us, so something is happening, like rewiring of your consciousness, your subconsciousness, and a conscious and subconscious part. And there can be some important decision for you to do about giving up something, or about 3rd house, about that you do in June, about travels or transportation that you use. For example, cars or travel trips, that especially in June is a bit tight or a bit tense, or you have to rearrange, reorganize something there. But also 3rd house is your relationships with siblings, with relatives, with teammates, workmates, and people in your everyday life. So they can be a bit of a culling initially, or deciding who are the quality people, because Jupiter will bring some really good quality people in your everyday life, because it's in Cancer over the next 12 months. You might start noticing it. They might even come now from the end of the month with the new moon day in your third house, but it's like Jupiter will really uplift the quality of people in your life. It will improve the relationships with siblings, with relatives. But again, initially it might be June and July, you might not see yet those things, but keep it in mind that I'm talking about Jupiter in your third house for the next 12 months. And Jupiter in your third house also wants to bring you more in your everyday, because third house is your perceptions, your everyday interactions, and Jupiter is kind of wonder, magic. Jupiter is interest. I just went through Jupiter through my third house, and I loved it. It's you become interested in the everyday events, in the normal people around you. Interactions become more gratifying, more rewarding. Again, it might be exactly the opposite in June for a bit, because Jupiter is squared by Saturn, so there is some challenge there to overcome. Maybe to remove first some people from your life and daily interactions, or your feed or your social media that are annoying you, because Jupiter says, I really want good vibes in your environment for the next 12 months, and I'll help you achieve it. Good vibes in your mind, good vibes in your social interactions, good vibes in your... So maybe first, like the spirit to remove a few that are kind of, you know, or the toxic ones. And it can improve over the next 12 months, definitely, your friendships. It can also make good trine to your personal relationships. So it can, if you're Taurus rising, in particular, especially Jupiter in your third house will improve your marriage or relationships, opportunity to meet someone in a positive, healthy way rather than negative. Jupiter in the third house will expand, like, again, maybe not June and July, because Jupiter is challenged that time, but something new will be born. Maybe a desire to have a new car, maybe a desire to move somewhere. Third house is to move. Maybe a desire that will grow over the next 12 months, new hobbies and interests. Third house is hobbies, interests. With Jupiter transiting my third house from the sun, I learned to ski, I learned to which was a great thing for me. I developed new hobbies like Pilates, calisthenics. So third house is the interesting activities that Jupiter will expand them. But first, as I said, there might be the need to cull off a few useless, less qualities activities that you do. Third house is also if you have business projects. Say you're making a website, you're using your intellectual skills, your communication skills. Say you're running a business, or you're a marketer or a manager of some sort. You need organization. Third house is planning, business, organization, business meetings, interviews, media. Any work with media is the third house. Or then Jupiter will make you very fruitful over the next 12 months, like very fruitful in creating a blog or making videos or writing articles or writing a book, or very fruitful, many meetings, associates in business. Third house is associates, very high quality, good quality associates, people, teammates, workmates. As I said, maybe in June and July, you might not immediately feel this, because you're preparing and cleaning that area, but it will feel like this desire and this feeling, and maybe signs that good people are coming in your environment, people that will be an upgrade for you, people that can help your business, or people that you like, you have more soul connections, because Cancer is soul connection with. Also, it can improve the relationships with siblings. As I said, something good can happen in the life of sibling. Just like when I had Jupiter transiting my third house, now my brother within the spirit will get married and is expecting a baby. So very good things in the life of siblings. My relationship with him and with all my siblings improved as well. So if you've been struggling, or with neighbors, if you've been having problems and fighting with neighbors, this improves. You form closer neighborhood bonds, or with teammates and workmates as well. Over the next 12 months, things will really improve. You can do some big project, like a website, like a business project, media project. It's very good for popularity, because third house is a social house. Jupiter will expand that to connect to the right people, to connect to the right clients. So business-wise is also a very good, or to learn something new, and it comes with ease. But because Saturn is squaring Jupiter in June and July, you have to first maybe unlearn some things, or let go of some activities or things that busy your mind, like wasting your time on social media. Because Jupiter really in Cancer wants the best high quality. And you can overstimulate your mind when Jupiter is in your third house with too much information. But now it's time to gather information. You become like a butterfly for the next 12 months. Buzz, 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 buzz. You know, gathering information, new impressions from different sources. You'll sort it out later on. But at the same time, you know, Saturn and Neptune will continue to work in your 12th house for 2-3 years. We talked about that, cleaning up the old stuff, 12th house, you're owning the demons, battles with them, self-sabotaging behaviors. While Jupiter in your third house opens you to, wow, there's so new and interesting things in reality. I can learn, you become interested in, I can learn this, I can do this thing. A bit like a child, this brings this third house, this when Jupiter stimulates this Gemini-like, childlike curiosity in the world around you, in trying new things, in doing experimenting. It's very experimenting energy, opening yourself to the opinions of others, opening yourself to the new information that's coming towards you in some way. So yeah, this is, you know, that's how things will be playing out. And it's good for trips. We took what Jupiter in my third house took, and even though Jupiter in my third house was weak in Gemini, but for you it's strong, like great time to travel over the next 12 months. Maybe June is a bit, you know, again, I warn. But there'll be multiple short trips or multiple possibilities to travel around, take trips and so on. And if you're in business, marketing, management, or media of any sorts, very good news for you. And you can also cool down your spending and overexpending of your energy, because 12 houses where our energy is wasted there. And just one last thing for June, very good for you. You're all protected, Taurus. If you're Taurus rising, Sun or Moon, Venus is in your sign pretty much most of the month after the 6th, 7th of June. So Venus, the planet that rules you, you become more magnetic, more attractive, good things come to you, good food, good clothes, good smells, those 5 senses. The pleasures and comforts of life that you like are more easily accessible as well. This month only, it's a short influence. And if you want to make a good impression on someone, when Venus is in your first house, perfect time, go for it. Or if you want to have romantic time, again, perfect time for it, with the things that you love the most. Romance is more easy to come, love as well, you expressing love, and you're attracting with your own more zen and likable vibration, attracting others in some way. So thank you so much. And by the way, if you want to know how Uranus will affect you for the next 8 years, when it moves from Taurus, finally in July it's moving, Uranus is coming into your second house, will stay there for 8 years, but many Tauruses have planets in Gemini. So what it means to transit, say Uranus transiting your Venus or Mercury, or Uranus opposition your Saturn, you know, I cover all of this in my $20 webinar, Uranus in Gemini. For early bird, later on it will be $30, 5 hours. And I give you all the possibilities and all the exciting opportunities Uranus can bring. And it's not directly disrupting your life anymore as well. So check it out. Gemini, Sun, Moon, Rising, June 2025. Gemini, the big events are happening in your 11th and in your second house. Saturn and Neptune are starting their conjunction in your 11th house. And in June and July, it's super potent, maybe into August. And then again in February 2026. So it's not one day thing. It's a gradual process over a year that unfolds, or a couple of years even, where it's in your 11th house, is the house of dreams, long-term goals. And Neptune there can give you new inspirations towards new goals, new dreams. Neptune can even help you make your dreams come true thanks to Saturn, because Neptune is something you download, you imagine, you get inspired about in regards to your social and economic goals. So social economic goals, the 11th house, which Saturn can manifest into reality. But some sacrifices might have to be done, and certain other unproductive goals and long-term goals and dreams of yours that are not realistic enough will have to go away. It can be an internal struggle for a little bit until you suss out and feel which are the really realistic ones that you can achieve. But you might be asked, and this Saturn-Neptune conjunction starts a cycle of 35 years in your 11th house. That it starts in your 11th house, unfolds for 35 years. So you're writing a new story of a new goal, of a new dream of yours, maybe a new role that you'll play in society. 11th house that can be very influential and influence large groups of people, for example. 11th house rules politics, so people that are influencers, so people that have businesses that affect others around them, or people that disseminate knowledge in some sort that affects large groups of people, or at least a big group of people in your life. And some new role is brewing, some new ideas are starting to come there that you need to be open towards, but also look at them in practical ways rather than just idealistic. Because if it was only Neptune, yeah, you might be inspired towards some new ideal in society that you want to achieve, but you stay with the ideals most likely. But with Saturn, it shows that over the next 2 years, you can start putting it into reality, that dream, that goal of yours. 11th house is your earning potential. So they can be the start of a new chapter in your life over the next 1-2 years. As I said, this is the first time it hits really strongly, June and July. Then again next year in February, and I think another time, possibly, maybe not. But it starts unfolding that those inspirations or opportunity or changes will come to you, which will set you on a new path. Maybe some socially influential role, as I said, or a new goal, or a new way of earning money. 11th house is gains, rewards, earning money. And they can be more, and earning money and gains for years ahead will be strongly influenced of the social and economic situations. I mean, everyone says, of course, everyone's financial situation is affected by what's happening in the world, but because those two very planets of what's happening in the world socially and economically are in your own personal house, 11th house of gains and earnings and dreams, you'll be strongly influenced by the events around you. Maybe you'll be much more interested to watch, to keep with the trends. The 11th house also rules the stock markets, the whole economy of the world. Somehow you'll be strongly aligned or influenced by what's happening there as well. So it's good to stay in rhythm with the latest developments and trends, with Saturn and Neptune there, because this is a house of future, the 11th house, and what's happening in society. You'd have your hand on the pulse more strongly than normal with this combination there, and to take those forming new ideals in the world that's appearing, those forming new opportunities, to constructively take hold of them through Saturn, to put them to use for yourself, not just to be like part of the collective dreaming, but to somehow make the times work for you. And also 11th house is your friendships. There might be that over the next 1 year appears a new group of friends, or that you connect with, or just your whole environment changes because, I don't know, your ideals have changed and your dreams for yourself and your goals have changed, so you start associating with other people, or just maybe Saturn Neptune can expose the false people in your life, because Neptune and the law of vibration can be the ones that suck your energy out, or that are wasteful in your life, social connections. Or 11th house can be even connections on social media that you have. It can be your followers, it can be the people you follow as well, it can be your clients that needs to be rearranged there over the next 1 year, and the people that you associate with, and the groups that you belong to. Maybe it will emerge that you join another group of people that are important, that you're more aligned ideologically with, that you can create something important in the world with. But at the same time, there can be some kind of a culling of friendships or associates or people you follow, or even clients that are no longer social interactions overall, social and economic and financial interactions that are no longer aligning to your new vision. And it can be a painful process. It might feel like I'm losing friends left and right, or everyone is against me in society, or people around me don't understand me. It's just a sign of this new beginning that you need to realign to new groups of people, new social friendships, or economic, financial connections, and even business projects, which is the 11th house, on larger scale business projects, because the old ones are not working anymore. So don't get frustrated because of that. No, it's like, oh, the universe is giving me signs, you know. And then the other big event is that Jupiter is entering your second house. It's leaving Gemini and it's moving into Cancer. It's going to be there for 12 months for you. And over the next 12 months, Jupiter wants to expand your income, wants to expand your financial security, or your faith. Jupiter is more faith-based planet. Your faith, your self-confidence that you can be self-sustaining, that you can make it on your own financially, economically as well. You see, both second and 11th house are very much connected to money. To one is of earnings and gains, the other one is your own, the ability to what you have to make the most out of it, resourcefulness. So they're both connected like money houses. So there's a big focus there, not just in June. There's actually a clash between those two things in June. But for the next year with Jupiter in your second house, and Jupiter will definitely expand your finances, but you might not see it in June. You might see it by next June 2026, when you turn back and you see the results that, wow, I feel more confident in myself to create wealth. I've expanded my consciousness into more wealth and abundance consciousness. I remember when Jupiter was transiting my second house, and I didn't necessarily make much more money, but I became much more confident in my ability to think of, to be resourceful, and to provide and to create resources and to create abundance in my life. And I stopped worrying and fearing. I had a very, very bad poverty mentality all my life, because I come from poor family, working peasants, and been immigrant and been homeless and whatnot. And these fears was so deeply ingrained. And I want to promise you that Jupiter actually can really expand financially for you. 12 years ago was when I started making money with astrology, when Jupiter was in my second house transiting. So for you, Gemini, there might be a new source of income that comes, that will unfold for you for 12 years ahead to bring you abundance. Or it might be that you overcome your fears and you create more abundance consciousness, ability to believe in yourself, to manifest the resources that you need. And more resources will appear. But for an artist, it can be better materials they discover to work with. For a designer, it can be better, again, materials or resources to source out the better qualities. Or for a builder, can be better qualities, materials that they start, more abundance of those resources that you have. But initially in June, there is this clash. I think you'll start seeing the positive expanding influence of Jupiter in your second house of growth and expansion. Financially, there are new opportunities through after August onwards, when Jupiter becomes visible. Now Jupiter is invisible when it moves into a second house, so it cannot manifest so well, and it's squared by Saturn. So initially, June, July, there can be some financial uncertainties or shifting of layers that make you feel worried financially, materially, and trying to reconsider where you spend your energy, and instead to focus on more quality projects when it comes to finances, financial security. But it can come with the need to sacrifice. And where can the sacrifice come? Maybe 11th house, let go of certain goals and dreams that are unrealistic for you, or adjust your business plan in some way so you can grow financially over the next 1 year, because Jupiter wants to grow, Saturn wants to make a sacrifice, say no to something or restructure something. Maybe you might need to sacrifice a few friendships or groups that you belong to, or time that you, social media that you interact with, so you can have growth over the next 12 months at some point with your finances, with your self-resourcefulness. Or maybe your second house is also self-worth. Maybe you might need to make a sacrifice of some source of income, which is 11th house, but which is beating down on your self-worth. So you can, after that, find new such ones that is more aligned to your self-worth or to your new values. Maybe your values will change with more fruitful, more. Jupiter in Cancer is very high quality. So your values can become more either spiritual or more idealistic or higher vibrational. And you might have to readjust and sacrifice some of your long-term goals and dreams or projects to align to those new values that are starting to emerge from June and July. Or maybe a new source of income, because of it you might have to sacrifice hanging out with friends, you know. Some kind of a dilemma you have to solve, or moral dilemma about finances and resources initially the first June, July. Or the sacrifice might have to be, you know, some of your comfort. Sometimes it comes from Jupiter that you have to do the sacrifices. So you can, some comfort, some money for you, some source of financial stability in order to kind of grow the 11th house instead, which is some long-term, bigger project, goal, dream, you know. So you can play either you do the sacrifice in the second house and the 11th can grow. I think it's more likely to sacrifice in the 11th, so the second can grow. So yeah, interesting dynamics here, but I think despite of this clash, it can be like a big turning point for you financially, economically, socially. And as I said, Saturn, Neptune are giving you a brand new role in this 11th house for society, your place in it, your future goals for yourself, the people that you move with, and the circles that you move around. And the big thing is that in July, Uranus, and by the way, the sun is in your sign most of June, so happy birthday, Gemini, new beginnings. There'll be a lot of inspirations, and those inspirations will probably channel to the second, to the 11th house. But yeah, there can be some clash here between friends and values because of the square of Saturn and Jupiter, or goals and financial resources available. So you'd have to solve some such problem initially, but after that, Jupiter and Saturn from September, October will be in a good aspect, so there'll be wonderful results. And the sun being in your sign, life comes back, life force, life energy back into you to renew you. It's time to get active, to start moving again. But the real awakening will come in July when Uranus enters your sign. Uranus is like an octave of the sun higher. Very original, very creative, but it will be there for 8 years for you, Gemini. And if you want to find out exactly how Uranus in Gemini will affect you over the next 8 years, my webinar of Uranus in Gemini is just for you. It's only $20. It's 5 hours, and it's 100 pages of information that you get for every single possible transit of Uranus. Maybe your moon is in Gemini, Uranus transiting it. How does it manifest with multiple stories? Or maybe your ascendant, or maybe your Venus and Mercury, or maybe you have Saturn in Pisces and Uranus will square it, and exactly which year it will do it, and what does it mean for you? I'll pass through all of those with multiple real life stories of how it manifested for people. It's only $20 now, early bird, and from June it will become $30. So check it out in the description below. Thank you. Cancer, Sun, Moon, Rising, June 2025. Cancer, it's a very pivotal month for you because the gas giants, Saturn, Jupiter, and Neptune are activating your angular houses. If this is your Cancer, you know, the axis where all the horoscope is built on, the pillars of your life, of everything, is those four houses, and Saturn and Neptune will join in your 10th house in June and July, and Jupiter, the Sun, and the Moon will join towards the end of June in your first house at the beginning, and especially the very early born Cancers, those that are born 21st, 22nd, 23rd, 24th of June, or the moon ascendant in the first 3 degrees, 0, 1, 2, 3 degrees of Cancer. Their life can really turn around now in June already. For later born Cancers, they'll start seeing the signs of what's to come. But the early born Cancers, they're already making some of the biggest changes, because it's like the wheel of fortune is spinning for them, because you've put, when planets are transiting the angles, they turn the wheel of fortune into the next chapters. Angular houses are new beginnings. And we're having one new conjunction, Saturn, Neptune in your 10th house, which will start a 35-year cycle for you Cancers. Things that come to you now in June, for all Cancers I'm talking now, in June, July, or then again, the beginning of 2026, when Saturn and Neptune again meet into Aries, into your 10th house. So you have like 1 year approximately or something, but June is very powerful, in July, where a new role appears for you in the world. The 10th house is, what are you here to do in this world? What are you here to, the karmas to pay, the works to do, the great work that you have to do, the mission in life, your God-given mission. Saturn and Neptune can be a period where you're starting to awaken to a new mission. You might get those inklings already from now, this summer, or the winter for the Northern Hemisphere, the January, February 2026. Because, and it doesn't mean it will come overnight necessarily, unless you're very early Cancer degrees, it can already start, but it will unfold over the next 35 years. So it might be a new career path, a new mission in life, or a new activity, because 10th house is activity that starts coming into your consciousness, or that you're forced to go into sometimes. They're not the nice, not always, we're not always welcomed into our mission. We're sometimes kicked into our mission. We're kicked into the right direction. You know, I resisted doing astrology. I was like, no. I was hoping it's my mission, but I didn't have the courage. I had comfortable career. I had comfortable, income situation. It needed to uproot everything, and everything had to turn upside down. Like, I lost my job. I was not allowed to work in the UK unless I had my own business. So I was forced and kicked screaming into astrology. I'm so grateful. So even if such kind of stuff are happening to some of you already in June, July, or as I said, Saturn, Neptune is very active for a year ahead and into the winter next year, know that, think very positively on it. Don't allow negativity to drag you down, because it is actually that you're being given a new mission from God. And you might have to dissolve some old careers, some old affiliations with, and maybe the big change there, restructuring, can feel a bit tense and difficult, but no new changes are very easy. And the other big event is that, and you might have to do some sacrifices there in order to go towards your new mission, Cancers. And this new mission will be very intensely, it will clarify for you over the next year. Over the next year too, and you'll be doing those steps while Saturn is in your 10th house till 2028. Those first steps, in that direction. You might be asked to build upon more an old role or a new old work that you've been doing, something new as well. But hopefully it's more aligned to your higher mission. But sometimes, like your status can change, and especially because Saturn and Neptune, if you've been with your worldly actions, not very moral, not very aligned to your higher path, not very the nicest person, you might fall from a great height, because Neptune is scandal, Saturn is to fall from height. But if you've been a moral person doing your good, you might, but maybe you're not in the right path of career, it can just realign that you have to find a new job or start in a new direction, or that this new path unfolds in front of you. It doesn't necessarily have to be in a negative way or difficult or crisis way. That unfolds like Neptune is new ideals, new vision that you can put into tangible results, Saturn, and into action, Aries, that you're starting on Cancers from now. But like over the next 1 year, your whole status will change, your reputation in front of the world, how they see you, what they think of you, either a new career direction or ending career overall and retiring because that's a new stage. Or for some of you Cancers, it can be like, I don't know, new marriage or whatever that puts you in a very different socially responsible role or with a different social role. But you have a chance on the highest vibration of Saturn Neptune conjunction to manifest through some role, important social role that you play, usually career or big involvement in a public way with a mission in life to make it not just a job but a mission to make it, to manifest it into reality. Or you might, some of you, be even put sometime in the next year or two in positions of strong authority and visibility where you'll be scrutinized by others, so you have to be hold up to very high moral standards and don't trigger the low vibrations of Neptunes, of lies, of deception, because they can be big scandal as well. But if you're acting from highest moral actions, from unconditional love, alignment to spiritual beliefs and moral principles, human and divine, Saturn, they can be like your biggest raising that can happen, biggest opportunity opening up for you, for what role you are to play, for your mission, and even recognition, as I said, 11th, 10th house. And the other big event is that Jupiter is entering your sign. Wow. Cancers, I mean, wow. Especially around the 25th, 26th, 27th, Jupiter, the moon and the sun align in one line in the first 2-3 degrees of Cancer. It will activate all Cancers, but especially the early Cancers. Brand new beginning there, brand new dawn. The first and only Jupiter conjunct Sun in Cancer for the next 12 years. And since the last 12 years, it's happening now in June. So really powerful new beginnings. Maybe more towards July we will become aware of them because it's at the end of June. And new opportunity opens for you to grow, to expand, to be a new you. First house is you. 10th house is what you achieve in the world. It's how you're seen in the world, your reputation, your social status, your mission. First house is you. It might be a brand new image that you're inspired to unfold over the next 12 months with Jupiter in your first house. Brand new way of looking, brand new body, brand new role, a role of motherhood, Cancer, I don't know, a role of parent, a role of business owner, guardian of business, whatever. I'm trying to direct you to the positive expressions. But you're going to discover a new you. It might take time, maybe June, July, you might not be feeling it so much immediately because Jupiter becomes visible in Cancer from August. So maybe from August, confidence is starting to come to you, Cancers. Inspiration, at least the inspiration will come already in June, and the internal blossoming and lifting of the clouds and seeing a new vision, new future for yourself, because Jupiter rules your 9th house of inspiration, of aligning yourself to your divine path, being in your first house. You start walking the path of Dharma, what you're here to do. Dharma is what your soul really wants, is what makes your soul the best, what you have natural talents about. And Jupiter also rules your 6th house of work. So even like a new you, through a new work position, which also Saturn and Neptune help for, or a new you through new health routines, Jupiter in the 6th house. But initially June might be a bit tense because Jupiter in Cancer is being squared by Saturn and Neptune, so there can be some identity crisis first. Who am I? Where am I going? Feeling pressure on you, even on your health. You have to be careful, especially the earlier born Cancers, those the days of June Cancers, or the first 5 degrees, let's say, of Cancer rising and moon, that there might be, and for all Cancers I'm talking, there might be the need to sacrifice something in an area of your life so another area of your life can grow. because Saturn and Neptune is more about the sacrifice. You might have to sacrifice certain role that you play so you can grow in another role. You might have to sacrifice certain aspect of your public life, your social your worldly responsibilities or career or achievements in order to align to grow yourself as a human being, as in a new direction, a new lifestyle. Or you might have to do the sacrifice here, lifestyle change or health change, so you can give an opportunity for growth for your goals and career here in the 11th house. We don't know how to play, but they can be clash with authority, especially in June for some cancers, clash with long established traditions, clash with long established pillars in your life that you've relied on that might be shaken in some way, and they're starting to dissolve on things that you've always relied. But there is a big alchemical change, like the signs that will be most affected by those pivotal influences in June and ahead are the cardinal, and you're one of the cardinal signs. So a new role in life, but Jupiter in your sign will give you over the next 12 months, maybe not June and July, I repeat, it might be more like the crisis before the growth starts, like the need to prioritize quality with Saturn squaring over quantity, not to spread yourself too thin, but also to focus on something really good quality, really high. Jupiter in Cancer is something of the best quality, let's say, and to focus on it rather than on a few things around. And because Jupiter in your sign, let's speak a little bit, break it down. If it's your ascendant in Cancer, Jupiter can help you start on a new path in life. New inspiration can come in your life. You see, Jupiter rules the 9th house, opportunity to travel over the next 12 months, opportunity to study higher knowledge, to study and to understand and to be more aligned to luck. Definitely Jupiter is lucky, and it's a very lucky planet for Cancer, and Jupiter is strongest in Cancer. So you would benefit so much despite of the initial rough start in June, because it's maybe in June you might feel more uncertainty. You have the inspirations in June and July, but there is the realities that you have to confront as well, some blockages, some uncertainties, some fears, which is Saturn. Despite of that, over the next 12 months, you're going to grow. And you're going to grow either through studying something, Jupiter, through traveling, through connecting with people who are from a higher social standing or erudition or more knowledge than you, through becoming more spiritual, more intuitive, absolutely certain, more intuitive and spiritual. And to being able to solve from a higher perspective some long-standing problems, because Jupiter also rules your 6th house, which is the slings and arrows of outrageous fortunes. It's kind of like the problems we have to deal with, the imbalances in our life, the health issues. So you have Jupiter will give you the divine blessing, divine grace as a ruler of the 9th house to deal with health issues or to deal with long-standing animosities or imbalances in your life, or problems of practical nature, by activating yourself in some way. So there'll be a strong opening of you. Jupiter is such a beautiful, optimistic, growth, expansive planet. It can sometimes make you put on weight as well, or it can make you be more fertile in Cancer. It's the most fertile sign, the most fertile planet. It can make you start a family as well, or it can make you just definitely feel more intuitive, more aligned, like you're stepping into the path of truth for you. You'd feel, maybe not immediately in June, but mark my word, by next June 2026, when you turn back, you look and you say, the growth that I did now in the last 12 months has been the most aligned, the most perfect. And it's not growth that is painful, it's growth that is inspired, growth through inspiration. The changes that I've made, the confidence that came to me, or if it's your sun in Cancer, that can be opportunities there to meet wonderful men. For example, the sun is a male energy, something good to happen, or to improve relationship with father, or sun is your own goals and career, your own kingdom that you want to create in this lifetime. To be able to fulfill those dreams, those inspirations, with Jupiter there. It can even come on your lap when it's over the sun. It can be like finding the right career as well. And you see in Saturn from the 10th house is kind of dissolving old ones and working on you to build more authority, more respect for you, more stability in the world over the next few years. But initially, as I said, with June, this process can start, this really powerful growth process can kickstart. And your health can also improve, but I think you'll start seeing improvements from June, after June, when the Saturn-Jupiter square stops, because first it might be like being awakened to what you have to be careful in health, because Neptune is squaring those early degrees, so is Saturn. But later on, Jupiter will protect you. Definitely it becomes visible from August. Jupiter protects you all the way to next June to fulfill dreams, to align, to do the right actions. It's very righteous planet. Internally, you'd want to do the things that are really good and right, with good morality, righteousness, and that are really good and right for your path as well. Opportunities to travel, expansion, and so on. Fulfill dreams. If it's your moon in Cancer, very fertile, improving of health. Of course, you can put on weight as well. Remember when Jupiter transited my moon, my breasts became bigger. Like for 2 weeks, I'm like, bam, what's happening? Then they went back to normal, but it was temporary. Jupiter through the first house, through Cancer, if it's your moon there, very good things for family, for home, for place of living, for getting the right place, to live in the right place. Overall psychological and emotional improvement. But again, if your moon is the first few degrees, 2-3, June and July might feel more tense for you because of the Saturn influence and Neptune influence as well. So there you go, Cancers. Also, Venus is in your 11th house. This is very temporary influence just for June. Good for social interactions, going to events, big events, or going to where there are lots of people, and even having wonderful moments with friends, or more gains in some way as well, more socially pleasant experiences. But yeah, for some Cancers, it will be a big shift in life starting from June. You mean like the career axis, the self axis, and relationship axis are all triggered. So welcome to the new chapter for you. And especially pay attention, Cancers, around the 26th, when is the new moon in Cancer, aligned exactly with Jupiter. Sun, moon, and Jupiter in one line in your sign. Powerful new beginnings. And by the way, if you want to know how Uranus will affect you over the next 8 years, I'm offering you Uranus in Gemini webinar, which goes from, it's already recorded, but Uranus goes into Gemini from July and basically stays there till 2032, something like that. And it will be, how it will affect you, what house for you, or if you have planets in Gemini, if it transits it, or planets in Sagittarius, or planets in Pisces, or planets in Libra, Uranus will trine them. It's a 5-hour video, 100 pages, free PDF that comes with it, with a lot more interpretations. It covers absolutely everything year by year you want to know about Uranus in Gemini, and specifically for your horoscope. It's like a personal reading that I lead you how to listen and read the things that are specifically for you. So it's only $20. It becomes $30 from July. So click on the link below in the description if you like my style of teaching and explaining, to get your Uranus in Gemini webinar. Thank you. Congratulations, Cancers. You're entering a golden age. Leo, Sun, Moon, Rising, June 2025. Leo, Neptune, and Saturn are meeting for the first time in 35 years. And in June and July, they're close together within 1 degree in your 9th house. And then they'll meet again there in February 2026. So kind of like a year ahead of you, where new inspirations are going to come to you. Leo, Neptune and Saturn are helping you. They're making a trine for you from another house that is considered another self house. So this is the house of self-growth, of expansion, And Neptune and Saturn there would ask you over the next year or two to really do a lot of self-growth, expansion of your consciousness, and to materialize new dreams of yours, because ninth house is your plans for the future, your highest ideal of yourself. What is it the best thing you want to be, your highest ideal? So such new high ideals will be born within you starting from June, July, then it continue into 2026. So pay attention, because they would bring new opportunities for you. Neptune is an ideal. Ninth house is a Dharma house, the house that's very aligned to what your soul wants. And Saturn is a manifesting, to manifest something into concrete reality. So you can get new plans for the future, for example. You might see yourself a new vision as a new person. You can totally change your belief systems over the next year, couple of years, into something that, into your plans for the future to become more realistic, yet infused with new inspiration and ideal, which is Neptune. But before this whole process starts, especially now in June and July, there might be the need to whittle down some old belief systems about yourself, about your reality, some things that propaganda or that indoctrinations that you've had since childhood. Because Jupiter is squaring for your 12th, is going to square Saturn and Neptune in your house of beliefs from the 12th house, the house of the subconscious. And it can challenge strongly held, even subconscious beliefs of yours that you had about reality, about how things work in the world, about creation, God, your purpose in life, purpose in the meaning of life. So they can be, especially in June, because of this clash aspect, some kind of a bit of an existential dilemma within you, moral dilemma. Do I want to act from the highest moral principles that Saturn and Neptune are demanding from you and asking you to align to? You might require to remove certain behaviors that are immoral, like lying. Ninth house is the most moral house, and Jupiter from the 12th house can illuminate those self-destructive behaviors or self-sabotaging behaviors in maybe not so pleasant way, because it clashes with Saturn and Neptune, to ask you to really question your morality, really question some moral dilemma, what is right to do for the highest good of me and others involved. Maybe to eliminate, as I said, might be lying, might be cheating, might be in some way being lazy, or even 12th house Jupiter can be something like self-sabotaging behaviors, like addictions that you need to address, and that you need to, and it's like a clash that leads to more growth, because it's an opening square, which means that when you solve this internal dilemma and clash, there's more growth following after that. And on a more material level, there can be some legal matter you have to resolve that is tense in June, July, that you're asked to resolve, and again, it can lead to more growth. It can be also the Saturn-Neptune conjunction can lead over the next 1 year to a new beginning abroad for some of you. Ninth house is abroad, in a foreign country, or a new beginning in education, especially because your sense of who you are and your plans for the future change and will be aligned to a higher ideal. So you might take pre-qualifying courses, so you might take on a path of education like university education or some degree or something else, like an opportunity to study and learn. But there need to be some sacrifice, especially in June and July, between old habits, for example, so you can follow this new ideal, or old belief systems, so you can grow and expand your consciousness in some way. Or there can be a new beginning connected to teaching something, to spreading knowledge. Ninth house, you might be put in a role with the Saturn-Neptune conjunction, which has a 35-year, it starts something now for you in the next 1 year, starting from June, that unfolds for 35 years. You might become a leading figure as a teacher, as an inspiration, as a counselor, as an advisor. This ninth house role where it's like a light to others that's guiding light to others. Maybe you might find a new teacher or inspirational figure or role model, which is also the ninth house, that you follow and that changes your subconscious beliefs, self-sabotaging behaviors and addictions that helps you overcome it. Or like a counselor, ninth house is counselor that you meet, or inspirational figure that leads you through the traps of your subconscious to overcome those traps. The 12th house is the subconscious mind. The ninth house is the superconscious mind. And we see both of those are strongly activated with Jupiter moving into your 12th house, Saturn and Neptune conjoining into your ninth house. So there is this, let's say, maybe not a battle between your subconscious and superconscious, but it's push from the universe to restructure it, to align your subconscious beliefs, 12th house, which are programmed in you from past lifetimes, to become aware of them. Jupiter is awareness, to become of those wrong subconscious patterns and beliefs and programming, past lifetimes or early childhood that you're unaware of, that basically dictate the whole of your reality, to align them to higher principles that you gradually master, higher principles that you gradually crystallize for yourself what they are, principles and ideals for yourself. But that can play out through some moral dilemma or something like that. But good time to study, to learn, to research, to open your mind to different points of view and realities as well. So there might be the need to sacrifice something for example, in the ninth house, like a belief system, so your subconscious can be healed, or to sacrifice some kind of a, let's say, plan for your future, or restructure it and change it to make it more realistic. And Jupiter will definitely, over the next 12 months, because it moves in Cancer from the 9th of June, it will start illuminating your subconscious, let's say, and bring memories, forgotten memories from past lifetimes, for example, can come to your surface, or from earlier childhood that you've forgotten. And it will start making, like, it will start readjusting your whole consciousness. Both Saturn and Neptune are in an area which is connected to consciousness, so is Jupiter. So it's like an internal rewiring, alchemical process that might feel a bit rough, psychologically, emotional, intense in June and parts of July, but that will take your consciousness to the next level of what you believe is possible for yourself, for the world, and releasing your Jupiter is a freeing, liberating influence over the next 1 year, maybe not immediately in June, maybe after August when Jupiter becomes visible, to release you from unhealthy habits, unhealthy addictions, unhealthy programmed subconscious patterns. Also, it can open, as I said, both are in houses that ruled foreign countries or deep studies and education. So paths like that can appear for some of you. Or if you are like a teacher role for some of you to take, a leading, guiding role for others, because these are both houses of Jupiter, the 12th and the 11th, where the action is happening. You might be called to such a role. There might be some secrets that Jupiter illuminates in your 12th house, secrets that you've hidden from yourself that you are not aware of, as I said, or secrets that others have been hiding from you, which can really kind of, for a little bit, it can clash with what you always believed is true, the 9th house, what you always believed is how you felt the world is, your faith in others, your faith in yourself. It can be challenged for a little bit if certain secrets come to the surface. And that will make you change your whole belief system in a way. But those things have to come to the surface so you're free from them. And Jupiter can do a lot of healing of the subconscious, a lot of healing through your dream world, dream work you can do when Jupiter is in the 12th house. Releasing dream work, spiritual work, people that are teachers, advisors, or meditators, the Brahmin roles, the teacher roles, very powerful impulse for them. For more normal people, it's kind of like this inner rewiring that's happening, an activation of foreign places or educational endeavors of some sort. You might have to do some sacrifice, as I said, initially in June because of the clash of those planets. to let go of something, but it's for growth purposes. And Venus is in your 10th house pretty much the whole of June. So it's good for your career, for work projects, with interactions with authority figures, institutions. If you want to talk to a boss, or if you're a boss, you'd come up more agreeable. Things will move there positive. There will be improvement, nice, pleasant things. Or ask for the help of some woman in power, or some woman that you respect, or some woman with more influence can somehow, or beneficial figure with more influence can help you in some way. But yeah, the big event is Saturn-Neptune conjunction that we talked about, but it's not just in June. And Jupiter in your 12th house, where it will help you let go of things easier and maybe prepare you for a path. Maybe you might have like a Saturn-Neptune conjunction 9th house. You might have like you might want to do a life of traveling a lot more for years ahead. Neptune will be in your 9th house for 13 years from now on. And so you might have to, you start the process of rearranging your life so you can travel, so you can be more free, so you can move easily. But it might require some sacrifices initially in other areas of life, so you can adjust to this life, or a life abroad, or a life of spiritual endeavors, because both houses are spiritual, or a life. You might have to do some sacrifices so you can make the way for a life of spiritual search and growth, and more focus on self-development rather than some material pursuits. In some ways, that you have a chance now to prepare this ground. So yeah, this is Leo, one of the most important activations for you. Definitely put new ideals into practice, and Saturn and Neptune can help you fulfill a dream of yours into material, practical ways over the next 1 year, because they're together in your 9th house of divine inspiration. And yeah, and next month after that, Uranus will enter Gemini. So another new powerful new theme starts for you from July, which is very supportive for you. Both Neptune and Saturn are supportive. Uranus will be really supporting for Leos when it moves into Gemini. If you want to find out how Uranus will affect you over the next 8 years for many years ahead, check out my webinar on Uranus in Gemini. It's 5 hours, and I cover absolutely every aspect. Uranus sextile your Sun in Leo, Uranus sextile your Moon in Leo, Uranus opposing, if you have, say, Venus in Sagittarius, what does it mean? Or Uranus transit in your 11th house. I cover absolutely all possible combinations. And it's only $20 for early bird, or $30 later on from July. And 100 and how many pages free manual that gives you alternative interpretations, real life stories of how people are affected by Uranus and what to expect. But Uranus is bringing a lot of rewards for Leo, just to give you a hint, through the 11th house. Thank you. Virgo, Sun, Moon, Rising, June 2025. Virgo, first, we're going to have the whole month, and in July, Neptune conjunct Saturn within 1 degree. This is an epochal conjunction that happens once every 35 years. It will repeat again in February 2026, but now is the beginning. And it's happening in your 8th house. So it really wants to change that 8th house energy for you in some way. And the initial signs of what it is going to be are coming now in June. And that's, what can it be? Well, Neptune is ideals. Neptune is something you download from the invisible realm, something that is born within your soul. Something like an inspiration. And Saturn is something that crystallizes it and makes it into reality. It's not just a dream anymore. It's not just a wishful thinking, but you take the steps to manifest it with practical actions in areas. And for you, this can be in regard, and it's not going to happen just in June. As I said, you have like a couple year period where you can make this happen. And for you, this is in your 8th house, which is connected to one of the material manifestations is mutual finances, or finances in some way that are connected to you and others. It can be like pensions. It can be stock market, for example, because you pool money there with other people. It can be investment funds. It can be sponsoring of something that you want through others, through support of others, through the resources of others. So maybe you might need to, over the next couple of years, and these impulses will come to you, to combine with the resources of others. Say someone has certain skills, someone has certain ability, someone has the financial ability or the know-how, and you pull different resources, not just material, but psychological, emotional, practical skills. Those resources, pull them, and their talents from others, combine your forces with such of others to manifest it, to manifest it in some way into practical, into reality, Saturn. Or it can be some inheritance that Saturn, Neptune activate for you, which is 8th house, the house of death and rebirth. But there might be sometimes the passing of someone, not necessarily now in June, but it might be like a whole year ahead. That leaves you some inheritance, for example, but it's not for everyone. Don't worry. It's like, don't expect someone to be dying, but I'm morally obliged to mention one of the meanings of the 8th house. So you can be prepared, and it might be a grandparent. Saturn is all the people, or it might be that you are, and your spouse or your partner, business partner, are putting resources together to build something together, to get a property, I don't know. And you have to be wiser about such things, because Saturn is to be very organized, to trim extra expenses, to cut off things that are useless or that are just wasting your energy or resources or expenses, so you can focus on this, other bigger goal, let's say. And so there might need to be, with the Saturn-Neptune conjunction, some financial sacrifices to let go of certain comforts or things, if you're a married couple, or if you have... but 8th house is kind of very financial house, even if you're a single person, because our finances are always somehow dependent on external sources. And on the social, economic, and political situation around us as well. Or for another person, 8th house can be insurances, inheritances, taxes. So something important, decision or events in June and July regarding those topics can appear in your life. On a more spiritual level, the 8th house is where we keep the internal battle between light and darkness, with our weaknesses, with it's called the battleground there. Because it's the energy of Scorpio, power struggles, battles, and within what we consider is controlling us. It might be someone toxic, or a person, or our inner obsessions of some sort. So there might be this need for internal battle that is starting to form in you Virgos. And it might be kind of quite subconscious or subdued, when externally is nothing happening, but there is an internal battle with those darker forces within you, to overcome them, to not to fear them, because the ultimate goal of the 8th house is emotional strength, emotional resilience that Saturn and Neptune won't ask you to manifest. It's also some secrets that can come to the surface. Neptune is also connected to secrets. Saturn wants to materialize, to make you aware, to burst the illusions, or if someone's been lying to you or misleading you, to bring it to the surface, to become aware of it. And this way you won't be held hostage anymore by a lie or deception. Also, it is about 8th house is very spiritual house. It's one of the houses of, as I said, being liberated from obsessions, compulsions, a spiritual cleansing and psychological detox of some sort. So you might feel a strong push starting from June, July, to purge. 8th house rules the colon roles. It might be doing like starting to detox, for example, opening your detox pathways. Purging not just physically, but purging psychologically, and detoxing from influences that you consider toxic, that you consider unhealthy in your life. And doing it, because Neptune is to release and Saturn is the power of no, so it's giving you both energies, the power of no and the cutting off Saturn and the release of Neptune. And so psychologically to be free from such influences as well. But on another level, it's, as I said, for some people, it can be about creation of wealth, big creation of wealth. It might not happen overnight. June is more tense because Jupiter is squaring Saturn and Neptune as well. But you're kind of starting to prepare the ground for you for the future. And the other big event is that Jupiter is entering your 11th house from the 10th, where it was for the last 12 months. Here, it's moving into your 11th house, where it will join, the Sun will join Jupiter there on the 26th of June, and the Moon. So very powerful, 3 huge celestial bodies aligned for a powerful new beginning, new moon towards the end of the month in your 11th house. So new inspiration can come, new circumstances connected to what? To 11th house, to your goals and dreams, to long-term goals and dreams of yours. These will unfold over the next 12 months. I think you might start seeing it, especially from August when Jupiter becomes visible. So you might get an idea or an inspiration starting now to start a new business. 11th house is very business connected. To start a new role as a social influencer, or it can bring you definitely to be more noticed socially. Or if you have business, to expand your clientele. Jupiter can do that, but again, I don't think June you'd feel that. Maybe when Jupiter becomes visible from August and then unfolding to next July 2026. So if you want to expand your business, Jupiter, or like clientele, following Jupiter in Cancer is very powerful. It will help you. It will bring you ideas how to do that. If you want to become more gainful, 11th house is the house of gains, another financial house. It will give you the ideas, and especially Jupiter is very intuitive when it's in the 11th house about what is trending, what do people want, what projects, where are the trends going financially, economically, politically. You'll be very in tune with those energies, even if you're not someone who wants to turn them into profit. But knowing what society wants now, what are the future trends, is usually the biggest helper to succeed financially if in a business. But you might not be someone who cares about business. You might be comfortable with a salary, and you might be a student or whatever, or you might be retired. Jupiter in this 11th house will definitely help you, will expand your interest and attunement to what's happening in the world politically, socially. You might want to watch more news, or might get affiliated with some political or social organization to contribute to help the world, because you really start caring more when Jupiter is in the 11th house, what's happening in the world. How can you contribute? What can you do? And Jupiter there can really allow you over the next 1 year to make a mark or to participate more in the collective interest. Jupiter in the 11th house for many of you can mean that maybe you won't see it now, but by next July 2026, you'd have increased your income, doubled it even. Jupiter is the strongest in Cancer. So gainfulness, income, expanding. It's new goals and dreams that you can start being seeded in you right now. New inspiration for you to do. And that might require though some sacrifice, because Saturn is squaring Jupiter. If you get a new goal for the future, long-term goal, or gaining opportunity, or new social involvement, but you might have to do some sacrifice. For example, if you have a new goal or a dream, Saturn and Neptune might require to do in June and July some sacrifice financially, for example, some trimming off of the edges, of expenses and so on. Or there might be the need to sacrifice, because Saturn and Jupiter square is sacrificing something now in order for something to grow later. So it might be about your income growing later, that you have to cut off some of your other financial situation to sacrifice, or if you want your social influence to grow later and popularity or reach to more people, you might have to sacrifice something. Some eighth house can be like some bad habit or something that controls you, to give it up, to let it go, so you can fulfill some dream or goal of yours. That especially in June, this pull and push is very powerful. Or there might be some secret that you reveal that really changes your goals for the future and your long-term goals, that this dynamic that plays out. Or another way it can play out is that some friends, 11th house is friends, people in our social environment, the groups and affiliations that we belong to, online or in real life, clubs, that you might have to do some certain sacrifice so you can belong to this group. Or you might discover something about existing friends that allows you to purge them, to make space for new ones. But in June, July, maybe you might remove some friends or people that you follow on social media, or some social interactions, or colleagues, even the 11th houses, all of those things. You might have to remove some, because Saturn is making square from the 8th house of purging, and burst some illusions and bubbles, if disappointments even in that sphere of friendships, and make space. And if this is happening, release it. Don't try to hold such people or such affiliations, because Jupiter will bring really quality people to you after August, especially. Because Jupiter in the 11th house, every time Jupiter transits in my 11th house, and usually from a much weaker sign than Cancer, for me, in particular from my sun when it happened, I always meet new friends. And they're more quality people that I love. They're good. And especially for you, they'll be very good quality, because Jupiter in Cancer is the highest dignity. So people can enter in your life over the next 12 months that expand your horizons, that are like benefactors, that want to help you, that want to put embrace you and they have faith in you, they believe in you. That's why, because you're helped by those that believe in you during this period for the next 12 months, you can growth, expand, and you can fulfill certain dreams of yours. And I remember it was extremely profitable year when Jupiter was transiting my 11th house. So again, maybe not from June yet, because Jupiter is squared by Saturn, there might be actually some financial shakeup for you and in your social environment as well, in the friends in your life, because it's a hard aspect. But after that, they only will do good aspects, Jupiter from Cancer. It will then trine Saturn towards the end of the year. And so I want to tell you, even if Jupiter in Cancer now in your 11th house starts a bit more shaky with uncertainty, or positive one moment, negative another, or the need to sacrifice something, eventually there will be growth, I think, financially, socially. I increased my following a lot when Jupiter was transiting my 11th house. I made new friends that I just met them then, and then a few years later we became closer and closer, because Jupiter is starting a new 12-year cycle in your 11th house of friendship, social connection, social circle. So you might meet now some people that will play a very important role, maybe not immediately in your life, but over the next 12 years. They can be like good karma from God to you in some way, like the good fairy mother. That's the 11th house, the fairy godmother, when Jupiter transits it. Goals, dreams, titles, and honors, you can achieve something like that over the next 11th house. So Virgo, there is very wonderful, great support as well. Your social life will improve, but initially, as I said, July, June, there can be the need to clip some off. So I would say don't make very big financial decisions now in June yet. But after that, there will be more and more positive opportunities for that. And somehow your social environment will change. I don't know why, but new people around you. And Venus is in your 9th house pretty much the whole of the month. just specifically for June, so you're protected. Venus is a very positive planet for you from a lucky house, looking at you, holding a trine, making sure you'll be okay, everything will be fine. To always look from the higher perspective and not get bogged down in the details right now. This is what will help you, or just the immediate situation that is right now. But know that, have faith from a higher perspective. There is protection, like ninth house is connected to angels, the higher consciousness, that God is protecting you there. And in July, Uranus is going to move into your 10th house. So if you want to know how it's going to affect you, it will totally change this roles that you're playing, social roles in life, career. It will innovate, it spark, excite it, but we'll talk about that next month. But if you want to dive in depth, I've recorded a 5-hour webinar of Uranus in Gemini. It directly affects Virgo. With a direct aspect, your life will become much more sparkly, exciting, different, unusual, sometimes disruptive, but in a revolutionary way. I pass through, say, if you have your Venus in Virgo, Uranus will square it. What does it mean? If you have your Saturn in Aquarius, Uranus will trine it. What does it mean? And real life stories, how it has manifested for other people with examples, not just theory. So it's only $20. Check it out. And after that, it becomes 30. It's in the description below. But Saturn, Neptune, very big influence, and Jupiter in your 11th house. Saturn, Neptune in your 8th house for not just June, July, but the next 2-3 years, they'll be there together, with the strongest impulse being now this summer and then the winter of 2026. What did I want to say about Saturn, Neptune? Well, came out of my mind. There was something else there I wanted to share with you about it. But anyway, thank you so much. Sun, Moon, or rising in Libra, June 2025. Libras, the two big events is that Jupiter is moving into your 10th house, the top of your chart, where it will stay for 1 year. And it will be shining its blessing on top of you, especially in regards to career, social status, achievements, ambition. While at the same time in June, we have the beginning of the Saturn-Neptune conjunction, which lasts pretty much a whole year. It's most intense in June and July 2025, and then January, February, March 2026. So it's not a one-day process. Don't think that what I'm talking right now, that's it, it's just June. It's a whole process I want to unfold in front of you. So let's start with the Saturn-Neptune conjunction that is active the whole June and July, and it's activated by Jupiter. They're meeting at the very beginning of Aries, so the very early Libra-born people, say born September 23rd, 24th, 25th, those days, or rising 0, 1 to 3 degrees, or their moon in those degrees, they'll have the biggest life changes already in June and July. Something totally shifts because Saturn and Neptune are exactly opposite Libra. Saturn and Neptune in an angular house, Jupiter in an angular house with a new moon there. This is the axis of your horoscope, the cross that holds the pillars of your life. This is you, your health, this is your relationship, this is your actions and world and career achievement, this is your family. All of this axis is being triggered by powerful constellations, combinations this month and in July, and I would say the whole year next year as well, because Jupiter stays in your 10th house, Saturn in your 7th house, Neptune as well. So very life-changing period begins for Libras, with Jupiter also moving into a cardinal house for you and Saturn there, which means, what is this? This is when the wheel of fortune spins, when the circumstances of life change. Angular houses are the houses of changes, of action, of new beginnings. And these are cardinal signs, Aries and Cancer. New cardinal signs, definitely new beginnings. They're starting to form already now from this month. And for many of you, this will be connected to other people, external circumstances, because 7th house is either other people, your partners, your other people that you meet, close friends or whatever, that you need to take into consideration. They'll be like the trigger or the dynamic or the activator, the catalyzer for those changes in your life. Maybe your partner is moving into a new direction and that moves you with them, or maybe the people in your life, they present something new ideal. Neptune is some new ideal, new vision, new inspiration, that they start putting into action to crystallize into something real, material, Saturn. And you have to kind of, not, it doesn't mean tag along, but it will activate you to change something as well. Or others might give you the inspiration or trigger you. Sometimes it can be through stressful means, can trigger you, oppose you, criticize you, challenge you in some way, point out mistakes for you, disappoint you. We have to pass through all the vibrations of Saturn and Neptune. The highest vibration is some new inspiration comes. Maybe you see someone, you get inspired. Maybe you meet a new person. They're like a vision, new inspiration for you. And you start transforming your whole life in tangible ways because of another person. A new relationship can appear as well for some of you, or your life, if you have already a partner, your partner might be changing in powerful ways that also affect you and that make you reconsider your priorities and the direction of your life as well, because it's directly looking at you. And or you might undertake a new, with a partner, business or personal partner, a new mission. You might undertake like a new chapter of your life together. For some of it can even mean dissolving of an existing relationship or relationships, especially because Saturn will show you the reality. If there was illusions there, if there was lies or cheating, if there was non-committalness, which is Neptunian energy, Saturn will show you, because it's exposing influence, it's influence of showing you the reality of things, and of if there are such people in your life, especially close people or people that you interact in business with, that you're peers on equal foundation with. And initially, especially in June and July, it can be a bit painful because it bursts some bubbles of illusions in regards to your relationships or people in your life that you need to trim, to downsize, and to live only more quality people. This is what Saturn is. Saturn is quality control. And maybe new, but at the same time, new people, Neptunian, Saturnian, will appear serious, but also with a vision, with an inspiration in your life, gradually, starting from June and onwards for the next couple of years, I would say even. Or you might undertake a new, with your partner, some new, let's call it an adventure, new chapter in your relationship that starts. Or as I said, some people might follow from your life, or new people can enter, or like you can take a relationship to a very different stage, or you might be called to create a new business partnership or romantic or relationship partnership, to create something together. Because remember, Neptune is ideals, inspiration, Neptune is divine love, to put into solid actions and tangible results some divine love. So divine love into action. Can you manifest it in your marriage, in your relationships? Your relationship will be tested. If it's, if there's the love will be tested there as well, of already existing relationship. And I wish you that it is true, because it's tested because you're taking on some new challenge together as a couple or as business partners with someone. And yes, it's hard with Saturn in the 7th house sometimes when it comes to relationship, but it removes illusions, it removes unnecessary, wasteful behaviors, untruthful behaviors there. So proceed with total. One advice I have for you, not just for the next 2 years, forever, because once you do this work, you don't have to do it after that. Be as honest and moral with others as you want. Otherwise, this Neptune Saturn opposing you will create troubles. If you are wishy-washy with people, if you're using the low vibrations of Neptune, being ambivalent, tagging them along, along, but not really into them. Then you'll get a lot of the same. Others will lie to you, others can mislead you, others will be harsh towards you, which is Saturn energy. Now we're talking, and Neptune is the misleading, the lying. So sit out, talk out things with partners. That's for years, for a couple of years ahead at least. And good relationships will be upgraded to do even something very important together, to take on a new responsibility, a new chapter in your life, to build something incredible, work together that a partner will help you, personal or business. So I wish for you that it manifests this way. And your social environment will start changing because this is a social house there. But also we have Jupiter entering your 10th house, and it will stay there for 12 months. And Jupiter will really can expand your ambition for achievements over the next 12 months. You can get a promotion, maybe not June and July. Jupiter is invisible then. It's now the inception of those impulses. Maybe some signs will be given, but not before August when it becomes visible. And then till July 2026, you will see this expansion that Jupiter gives. And Jupiter is strongest in Cancer. And the 10th house is one of the important houses in your horoscope because it's, the highest on top. So maybe a better boss appears in your life. You improve your relationship with authority figures, or the life of your father or parents, 10th house, you improve your relationship with them. Or maybe there's something good happening in their life as well. Maybe your own ambition for worldly achievements grows, and opportunity will start coming to you because Jupiter brings opportunity to expand your work, to expand to take on a new business, to take on inspiration for some new kind of a venture mission. 10th house is the mission in life. Or if you're not sure what you want to do with your life, you might be, no matter what age you are, you might be uncertain. I don't know what I want to do. Well, now Jupiter will help you at least for the next few years, because Jupiter cycle is 12 years, to find something that is meaningful, that aligns to your mission, that feels like a better job or a better fit for you, that you feel more inspired to do as well. Maybe it can be work that involves certain management, organization, because Jupiter rules the 3rd and 6th houses of your horoscope, which are more about managing, organizing. But also, as I said, promotion, provision, but also it can mean leaving a job that is not, or career path that is not satisfactory, and starting a new cycle in a new direction, or being freed. Jupiter is a liberating planet, freed from worldly responsibilities. You don't have to work maybe, or you can retire, but there's some definitely change over the next 12 months in your social status. And 10th house is connected also to marriages, because marriage is your social status. Are you married? Are you single? For some Libras, it can mean being single suddenly. And you feel free. Then your social status changes as a more free and happy person. Or someone, because Saturn is in the 7th house of relationships with Neptune, can be meeting someone new, changing your social status to married, as well. So we don't know which way. We need to know those personal circumstances of your life to know in what direction it changes. But because June, Saturn, Neptune, and Jupiter, and the Sun and the new moon are making a square with each other, it can be a bit more challenging month. All those good things will come, but initially it starts with a challenge. You might have to make a compromise or sacrifice in one area of your life so another one can grow. The sacrifice might come in your personal life through relationships, or some business relationships that you sacrifice, or that you have to make a compromise with a partner, personal or business, or with clients. So you can allow the growth of your career. You can allow the growth of your mission in life. Or you might have to do the opposite. I don't know where it's going to play, through Jupiter, through which house the sacrifice will be made, so something can grow. It can be in both. You might have to make some sacrifice in your career, or with some authority figure, or some compromise, so you can allow a partnership or parental figure, so you can allow a partnership to grow. So it can go either way. But as you can see, there is such a strong activation both of relationship, social status, and career. Maybe somehow, as I said, an opportunity can appear in your career through a partnership. But there might be the need to adjust first, and also you might have to trim some of your time with partner or some of the pleasures and joys there so you can focus on career, or you can play in your head with those two areas of your life: relationship, social status, and career reputation, that are being so strongly activated. But something will appear, especially towards the end of the month and into the beginning of July, that will open up new goals, new career, new vision for your actions in the world, which is the 10th house, like for your mission as well. And you might have to, or maybe your partner might have to make some sacrifice in their life so they can support your ambition or your career in some way. That's another way it can play out. So yeah, many multiple ways. It's a very interesting month. The full moon at the new moon on the 26th of June is exactly Sun, Moon, and Jupiter aligned on the top of the horoscope. You'll be visible from the end of the month, or you'd be called over the next 30 days after that, which is into July, to take some important decision as a head of family, as a head of business, as a head of your own life, because the 10th house is like the top, the boss, to take some important decision for your life and to take the necessary steps, even if it requires some efforts because of Saturn. So yeah, Libra. And next month in July, Uranus is moving into Gemini, from where it will be helping you with the best possible aspect trine for the next 8 years. So you start feeling rejuvenated, fresh, alive, without the disruptions that Uranus normally brings. And I speak about this in my 5-hour video on Jupiter in Gemini. I cover absolutely all the ascendants, all the sun signs, all the moon signs, what it means if you're Libra sun and you have Venus in Libra, Uranus will trine your Venus, will trine your sun. I show you which year it will happen. It's like a personal reading. And I direct you to watch or read, because I have also 100 pages manual that comes with extra interpretations, what it means that Uranus will be transiting your 9th house, for example, and will be squaring your natal Saturn and opposing your natal Jupiter, but trining your natal Venus. What does it mean, and which years it will manifest? It's only $20 if you'd like to have it, and you will have access to it for life. And after that, it becomes 30 from July. So get your Uranus in Gemini webinar, or if you're more interested in Saturn in Aries or Neptune in Aries, I have those webinars as well. I'll put a link below for them. Thank you so much. Scorpio, Sun, Moon, Rising, June 2025. Scorpio, good news for you. Jupiter, the great benefic. It's a wonderful planet for you as well, because for you in particular, it's even bigger benefic because it rules your 5th house of good karma and good blessings and deeds. It's moving into Cancer, which means for the next 12 months after June the 9th, it will be trining Scorpios, and especially early born Scorpios in June will start feeling it already. The so-called October born Scorpios from June, July, but all Scorpios, they'll feel like shift in energy. They'll feel like heaviness lifting up and more optimism coming, and Jupiter becomes really strong from August, because it's invisible now in June and July, because it's very close to the sun, so we can't see it. And the moment its light becomes visible in the sky, you're going to start feeling from August. First, you'll feel it internally only, uplifting of the spirit from after the 9th of July, that kind of like a bit more confidence comes to you, that you feel lighter, more positive, more aligned. And then the material manifestation will start coming from August when Jupiter becomes visible, which is blessings, opportunities. As I said, your good karma gets activated. Jupiter rules your 5th house. Also, Jupiter rules your 2nd house of money. So even some financial blessings and opportunities will appear. Jupiter will be in your 9th house, And ninth house is the house of Jupiter naturally, and it's exalted there. Jupiter was not strong in the last 2 years. It was in Gemini, in Taurus. Couldn't really help even with the seventh house. Many Cancers complained. Scorpios complained, said that nothing with relationships in the eighth house. But in Cancer it will, because Jupiter's strongest in Cancer, in your ninth house of good luck. So you start feeling luckier. Maybe from June, but especially July, August, you have 12 months to feel this. Your luck improves, like you'll be at the right place at the right time, and you'll be much more attuned and hear and notice the opportunities that appear for around you. And be able not just to see them, but to use them and to expand your consciousness through them. Jupiter in the ninth house, it's as if it's taking you out when it moves from the eighth house, where it's kind of the tunnel, the dark tunnel, and the ninth house is the light at the end of the tunnel. And when Jupiter moves into your ninth house, there'll be this expansion of your energy, of your vibration. It's suddenly you pass through the tunnel of death, let's say it metaphorically, and you've gone and you see the paradise and the lawns of opportunities and rainbows. So this is the energy that you're going to start gradually getting into with Jupiter entering your ninth house. Also, it will help you see from a bigger perspective over the next 12 months, taking you as if you're kind of drowning in your problems. If you are in certain things, they're not clear for you, how things going to be. Jupiter puts you on top, on the peak of the hill, because ninth house symbolizes like a high place, a vantage point from where you can see the whole puzzle and how the threads beneath you that didn't make sense now create a whole beautiful canopy. And you'll see the big puzzles of the game from above, and you'll see what the picture is. You'll see the whole picture. So you'd get clarity about the direction in your life. You can get inspiration about what it is you want. And ninth house is another self house, which is you grow more into who you're meant to be. It's a dharmic house. Dharma is what your soul really finds joy in. And so your dharma and doing righteous good deeds, it will come easier to you, Scorpios, to be more moral, to be, well, sometimes people can get too morally high on their horse, start preaching to others, but to be more moral, to be more inspired, to align to what is naturally good for you and for others, because sometimes people really want to do things that can harm others or themselves. But when the ninth house Jupiter enters there, you naturally align to what are the righteous good actions. And Jupiter in the ninth house can bring on a material level opportunities to study. I started studying astrology when Jupiter was transiting in the ninth house, ninth sign from my ascendant. I discovered something that brought new mission and meaning into my life. So ninth house is meaning. What am I here on this earth for? What do I wake up for? What really excites me to wake up and to do? And the first time Jupiter brought me to learn astrology, which has opened brand new horizons in front of me. So wonderful time to study something, to get accepted to really quality colleges, universities with quality teachers, to find a guru and a teacher. And that will be a really high quality one with Jupiter in Cancer, or inspirational figure, or for yourself to become a role model and a teacher and an inspirer of others, or some kind of a counselor or advisor in a role of guiding others. And that's the last time Jupiter transited my ninth house from ascendant. I started teaching astrology. 12 years before that, I discovered it. So for some of you, it can be opportunity to study, others to teach. Another thing that happened is Jupiter transiting my ninth house is I gave birth to my first child ever. So another opportunity, meaningful life, another purpose, meaningful life. Yes, it will make you more fertile. If you're interested, Jupiter is in a very fertile sign, Cancer, for the next 12 months, sending a trine to you, your body, and your fifth house, children. It can be good for your children, for your health. If you've been having some health issues, Jupiter moving into your ninth house will hold your health or improve it, even though Saturn is in the 6th house. So it will require corrections. It will require you to make certain efforts, but Jupiter will show you exactly the path to health. Jupiter in the 9th house can be as well opportunities to travel, opportunities to gain foreign citizenship with ease, opportunities to study, to go abroad, or to move to live abroad. Opportunities can come to you from there for certain. 9th house is also the house of, or just to visit some foreign countries, so to meet with foreigners that will expand your horizon, or people that are like teachers, inspirational figures, good karma in your life. And that's, I mean, as I said, this is 12 months prognosis ahead, not just June. In June, it gradually starts, but the good things can kick in later. But overall, it will make you luckier. If your sun in Scorpio, for example, Jupiter at some point in the next 12 months will trine your sun, which is the most gracious transit and aspect, and will make you feel more abundant, will make you feel more full of opportunities. Your career can expand, opportunities there. You know, if you're in any business that is educational, consultational, inspirational, growth, positivity appears there. All right, so this is Jupiter, but June in particular might be a bit a test of your faith. Your belief systems will expand, what you believe is possible. You can start studying some manifestation techniques, so the law of attraction, or things that make you believe that how to program your consciousness in a positive way, how to create your reality by positive affirmations, by positive consciousness and focus, because the 9th house is the higher mind, is the super consciousness, and Jupiter there allows you a direct channel to the super consciousness, which stores all the possibilities for you, all the possible and the best things you can become. So you start striving towards this ideal. You normally become more moral person as well, a better version of yourself, easier when Jupiter is there, and you strive towards that. You start self-growth is big when Jupiter is in the 9th house, educationally, or just believing more, having more faith in yourself, in your abilities. If it's your sun in Scorpio, career-wise as well. If it's your moon for your family, can grow. Your fertility, your health as a woman, if you're a woman. Your moods can improve with Jupiter in your 9th house. Your emotional well-being. And if it's your ascendant, all of those things that I'm talking. Also, if you're having any legal issues, Jupiter through your 9th house can solve them in your benefit. If you have to do any documents and papers regarding legal matters, or regarding foreign travel or education or residence, again, Jupiter gives green card sometime over the next 12 months. I cannot tell you exactly when it gets activated for you, but in June in particular, Jupiter will square Saturn. So there might be first some moral dilemma you have to solve, particularly we're talking June now. Some problems. Saturn is in the 6th house of solving everyday responsibilities, duties, work situations, health situations, Jupiter there, or your daily interactions in a sense. Jupiter can, being squared by Saturn there, they can be, you're feeling this new impulse, this new inspiration, this new ideals, but because of daily responsibilities and duties, tasks, errands, you kind of get deflated at moments in June and July, and you're like, I want to go towards this new beautiful future, Jupiter in the 9th house, my new plan for myself, my version 2.0, my improved, better version, my dream, whatever. 9th house is very much the best, you know. And the bigger things, I want to do those big things, but those everyday things like job, or I have to you know, take care of daily things, they can get you down, because they can kind of bring you down from this cloud 9 that Jupiter will put you on, and is trying to put you on already from June, but Saturn is squaring and saying, okay, those new ideals that you have for yourself, those new visions, those new hopes, 9th house, and this new faith, can be challenged. So it can be this push and pull between getting buried in daily duties and responsibilities and the realities of life, like bureaucracy, like traffic jams is the sixth house, and all of those, paying the tax, paying the debt you have, having to wash yourself even sometimes it can feel like a burden, or having to deal with all kind of Saturnian things, rules, regulations, restrictions, or to do your job, even to go to a job, and you have like an idea, oh, I'll be a teacher, whatever, but or I'll be doing this next big thing, but Saturn is like, no, you have responsibilities here. So there is this energy that plays out in June and partly July for us. So you need to find a balance to still feed and those new hopes and dreams, those new opportunities that are appearing, and those new sparks of inspiration and confidence, and the moments when the harsh reality, the dull reality, the mundane reality, everyday life, and the normal triggers of everyday life and boring stuff and obstacles we have to overcome, when they try to take care of them at the same time, because Saturn is, with Neptune here in your ninth house, while at the same time nurturing your inspirations there and your ideals. So you might have to resolve also some moral dilemma, which is right, which is wrong, or maybe your belief systems, the old ones, Saturn wants to question them, squaring Jupiter in your ninth house. You might have to let go of some old beliefs before you embrace this new improved 2.0 version. And Saturn asks you to make a sacrifice when it's squared Jupiter in some area of your life, so you can grow in another. You might have to make a sacrifice in the sixth house where Saturn is in Neptune, with their conjunction happening in June and July, which happens once every 35 years. So sacrifice in regards to a job you might quit, or a job that you let go of, or some responsibilities and duties that you might have to choose only the most important ones, so you can pursue some new dreams, so you can pursue some new inspiration here, or education, or travels, or you might have to solve some problem, like, okay, I need to get I have so many duties, work, to get it done now, so you can open this new path for you to grow, maybe to travel more, maybe to study something, maybe to self-growth and explore something. But you have to deal with both Saturn, and Saturn is like, maybe do some sacrifices now, June and July, get the work done, or maybe some sacrifice that for you have to let go of certain limitations, because sixth house is connected to limitations, that you believe that because, okay, this job gives me the money, or this, this thing that I do every day, which is sixth house, is daily routines and your mundane tasks, and they give me security. Maybe I have to let go of this security, or maybe the universe will take it away from me now, June and July. So it shows me that there is other possibilities to grow into, other opportunities, a much bigger world than this world. I'm stuck here in my daily hamster wheel, and to open up those much bigger window for me, that the ninth house where Jupiter wants to grow into, is the world is your oyster kind of energy. And maybe you might to let go of some bad health habits here, which Saturn and Neptune starting their conjunction will really help you over the next 1 year. Neptune is releasing, letting go. Saturn is saying no, being serious about it. Sixth house can be addictions. Sixth house can be unhealthy habits that are kind of, undermining our health in some way, mental, psychological, physical health. So you might have to make some sacrifice then, let go, which Saturn and Neptune will help you for. And it might even be showing to you, okay, there is some health issue you need to resolve here, to get it over with, to release it with Saturn and Neptune, to start like a new chapter, so you can focus on growing and expanding. But at the same time, even if there's some health issue, Jupiter is protecting your body by a trine. So there is, there's solutions, you're finding, because Saturn and Neptune is in the house of problems, and Jupiter is in the house of solutions and seeing from a higher perspective and solving them. So even if problems appear with Saturn Neptune conjunction there, you know, on the material level, at the work level, at health level, which is the sixth house, at enemy level, sixth house is enemies and whatever. Jupiter helps you see the higher perspective from the ninth house. Get yourself out of, like, you know, the ostriches. When there's a problem, they bury their head and they think no one, the predator is not going to see them, to get it out and to see from a higher perspective and to solve the problem. So this, even though it's a hard combination, square Jupiter Saturn can help you solve problems, maybe by an advisor, guru, or a wise person, or your higher self can help you see where the problem is and correct it and create a new vision for yourself there, so you can deal better with the increasing duties and responsibilities of Saturn and Neptune in the sixth house. Saturn and Neptune in the sixth house conjunction, which will last for a year basically, can also help you release and let go of a debt you have, an existing debt. It might be, you know, like a loan or a debt or another debt. But again, with Saturn and Neptune, you have to pay attention to your health, that you're on your best behavior there, that you introduce, and they want to give birth to something new. They're joining for a new 35-year cycle in your sixth house. So that can be the birth of a new health routine over the next 1 year. You might be forced into it, or you might flow into it with more grace. Hopefully, Jupiter helps you see the bigger picture and why you have to do it, and to keep up the goal. But yeah, if you want to become a marathon runner, even with Saturn in the sixth house, is possible. As a simple thing as, I want to stop sugar, or I want to stop meat, or some change to your daily routine, to your habit, or I want to stop, I don't know, whatever you might think your problem is. Or I want to stop pain medications, I want to stop smoking, I want to stop drinking, or I want to introduce sport into my life. This is all sixth house. And no one makes long-lasting change as good as Saturn through the sixth house. Long-lasting health change and routines and habits change. And because especially your ideal, you want a better version of yourself. Jupiter in the ninth house is self-growth version 2.0. And it's kind of like, okay, it starts with the sixth house. It starts with a healthier version of myself, with maybe stopping some, I don't know, like whatever it is that you think is holding you back health-wise, starting exercise. And Neptune is to have a dream, maybe a dream to be an athlete, a dream to have a healthier body, a dream to lose a few weights, a dream never to overeat, or a dream to have healthier routines overall. And Saturn is the muscle force behind it, the donkey. So you get both of those, the dream and Saturn in Aries, the muscle force, the manifestation into material, making it a reality. And also sixth house is your work. So Saturn and Neptune, some of you might, you know, with this conjunction, be let go of a job, lose a job, or quit a job because they're disillusioned with it. Saturn will show you exactly where you've been misleading yourself there, or you've never put your heart there. Neptune works only with the heart. It wants unconditional love. So if you don't have such love for what you do, for your job, Saturn will create obstacles or make you disappointed that you don't want to stay stuck there. And sometime either June, July, or February next year, or when they join together, it can bring you a new beginning by letting go of the old job or certain aspects of your work that you've been spreading yourself too thin, that you're dissatisfied, or maybe you're just doing too much, which you can make more elegant. You can choose just the really quality things to do instead. Or others, it can be like a new job that appears for you, new way of working, new ideal, new way of working, new direction. And especially Scorpios with the Saturn-Neptune conjunction starting from June and continuing 35-year cycle. Something in the next 1 year while they're joining in your sixth house. Saturn and Neptune can mean that some of you are called to take on like a service job. Can be service, army, police, can be medical field is the sixth house, can be service job, like to start a new beginning, or some kind of, you know, ministries of service, or helping those in need in some sort, or just generally like a new direction with the career. You might be called for some really important mission through your work and service that you can do. Or you might want to start like a YouTube videos for working out, sixth house of nutrition, or a business connected to those things. Saturn and Neptune will help you fulfill some ideal dream and goal connected to the sixth house work, and especially service work or health connected, to put it into concrete developments. But of course, I always give advice when Saturn and Neptune is in the sixth house, you have to be really over the next 3 years in particular, with Saturn also there, over the next 2.5 years, you have to be really strict with your health and cautious with your health, and implement new routines that you'll keep for life after that, you'll keep. So if you start working out, you'll keep for life. If you start certain way of eating and whatever, you'll keep it for life, but you need to be diligent now and do the hard work. And Scorpio, just let's focus on, so good news, Jupiter in your 9th house. Yes, it's a 10-month because the Jupiter-Saturn square. It can start this new expansion period with a bit of a challenge or dilemma to solve, certain situation, something to trim down, to prioritize, and a bit this up and down, positive, negative, but overall it will, after June, July, it just grows better and better and better and easier. That's a promise for me. And you have the whole month Venus from the 6th, 7th, Venus in your 7th house, good for relationships, just this month. This is finally just for the month something, only lasting to the month, good for relationships. You can do business partnership, you can sign contracts, it's good for that. You can see nice company, spend good company with others. You can be more charming with others as well, or something good can be happening in your relationships, that you have more loving moments, or in the life of your partner this month, or just interacting with others. And then in July, Uranus will move into your 8th house and will leave you alone. It's been opposing you for 8 years. And at certain points in the last 7-8 years, there was big disruptions, changes in your life. Uranus is leaving you, but it's entering another areas of your life for the next 8 years. And I speak about that in my 5-hour webinar on Uranus in Gemini, just $20 for 5-hour video and 100 pages or more. I've written text that I've created for you, and with it's step by step. You don't need to know astrology. I teach you how to see what Uranus will affect for you from Gemini, what new opportunities it will bring, how it will affect you. Maybe it will oppose your Venus in Sagittarius, or maybe it will trine your, it will make a trine to your Mercury in Libra, and I show you how to see this in your chart, what exactly it means with real life stories, or what it means Uranus transiting your 8th house while making a trine to a planet in Aquarius, if you have. I go through many. It might sound foreign to you, but I explain it very easy. You don't need to know any astrology. So you can check it out. It's $20 now, but becomes $30 from July. Thank you so much, Scorpio. Enjoy Jupiter in your 9th house. A lucky, expansive period starting in your life. Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, Rising, June 2025. Sagittarius, the great Saturn-Neptune conjunction is starting in June, in July, in August is active. Then again, from January, February 2026, March. This is epochal. Once every 35 years, those two planets meet, and never again in the same sign during your life. They're going to meet in your 5th house, which starts like a new mission for you that you might unfold over the next 35 years. Saturn wants to build new foundations somehow that you can rely on for many, many years ahead, while Neptune wants to bring in new inspiration. Saturn has no inspiration. He's just like the worker that lays the bricks, while Neptune is the inspired visionary or the inspired artist. And they're both in your 5th house, which is very harmonious for Sagittarius, rising people, sun or moon, because the 5th house is the house of creation. This is the house where we co-create with God, with our God-given intelligence. This is where we download ideas. We have original thoughts that are unique to us rather than repeating things like a pattern, where we are able to create something very unique. And Neptune brings the high ideals. Saturn manifests them into concrete reality. So watch out for signs in June, in July, or then again the next year, 2026, because some ideas or some opportunities or some circumstances will start shifting in your life as to where, for some of you, it will allow you to become a co-creator with God in a way, maybe a mission that is given to you for 30, 35 years ahead, to create something unique and different, to manifest it in real ways. Fifth house is your creativity and the things you're passionate about, your natural talents. You know, we all are born with a way that is most natural for us to express ourselves. Some people have a natural sense of humor, others have a natural sense of rhythm, others have a natural sense of proportion. And the fifth house is where those talents and the fifth house is actually the rewards from past lifetimes, our good actions in past lifetimes, which in this lifetimes are transformed into specific talents, according to the theory and research of karmic development. For example, someone who was a great artist or had great sense for art and design in a past lifetime, in this lifetime can come back with more beautiful structures of the face, or, you know, so different talents from past lifetimes, things that we developed, in this lifetime, transform in natural talents or natural gifts that we have. And Saturn and Neptune conjunction activate those natural gifts or talents that as a reward from our good karma from past lifetimes. And you might start discovering in the next 1 year, starting from June gradually, that you have a certain talent that you were never aware of, a certain gift or a skill that you naturally, you know, like if, for example, I might try to sing and I can develop to some extent my singing ability, but it's just not natural to me. No matter how much I try, it's not part of my natural gifts. So you discover something that is part of your natural gift, that you're good at it from the beginning, and gradually develop it over the next 2-3 years, through which you can not just do it for fun, but you can fulfill some mission for the world through this natural gift that brings you joy as well, because this is a house of joy. This is the house of being in the flow. And only when we create something that we're meant to create, like, I don't know, if it's a painting, if it's a book for someone, if for someone it's when they do sport, for someone is when they do their job, but this job puts them in the flow because this is part of what their natural talents are. We get into this flow and we rise to a high vibration. So Saturn and Neptune are trying to help you tap into those and to reveal to you such talents, and not only that, but to allow you to manifest it maybe into a business or into something concrete through which you can heal your life, help others in some way. But new ideas will be coming, so listen to do new opportunities to express yourself in some way. Or for some of you might even be a role that they have to play on the stage, because the fifth house is the stage, the sun, the performer. On a stage, a role on a stage of some sort. You know, this is also the house of politicians, because they're like actors, like performers, they're in center stage roles. Some of you might have a mission that they'll develop over the next 35 years through new ideals and concrete actions to be a leader, a politician. The fifth house is to be an artist, to be a performer, to be someone who grabs the souls and excitement of people, or entertainer. Some of you might find a new mission as a, I don't know, as a sportsman as well. Fifth house is the house of sports. So some new mission will be unfolded to you that is aligned to your talents, that you're naturally more creative and more original, rather than 9 to 5 boring, you know, this kind of boring, bureaucratic, administrative. This thing makes your soul flow more. On another level, the fifth house that the Saturn-Neptune epochal conjunction activates for you is also connected to children. Anything that's your creation, a business can be also your child, or something that you nurture from infancy and you grow up, can be like a hobby like gardening. I don't know. that's why we call it this our hobbies, or where our passions are. Something new is being born there for you, or you might be forced to go into something new. Sometimes Saturn doesn't always act so nicely. It can push us into something new, but Neptune is divine grace, divine love, so there is this smoothness about it as well. For some of you, might be a child that appears, or some important phase in the life of your child that is starting, that the initial steps you need to be there to help more, but some kind of unlocking of the mission of your child, or the next stage of the life of your child, or a next stage for you in regards to having children. Fifth house is also romance. There might be something new that is appearing for Sagittarius people, Sagittarius rising, especially moon, and the sun to some extent, but romantically that is on a totally new vibration, totally new level, totally new. And that's going to be important, but it's not going to be short-term, because Saturn is not about short-term things. And overall, fifth house is inspiration, so you might experience some new inspiration and direction. But, when it comes to romantic life, there might be some endings as well, because Saturn and Neptune together means first you let go of something. Neptune, Saturn, you say no and give up something that doesn't resonate to you, to your expression of love, because the fifth house rules love, the heart expression. And so you might have some sacrifices, so the universe from externally might teach you some harder lessons by blocking first and removing and releasing some heart attachments that you have emotionally, psychologically, so they can make space for this new age of heart expression for you in some way. And at the same time, the other big event that is happening, Sagittarius, this month is that your ruler, Jupiter, which was till now in Gemini opposing you, but Gemini is a very weak sign. It's one of the weakest signs for Jupiter. So you are feeling not so well, because you're Jupiter. You're feeling not so well in Gemini there. But now Jupiter is entering into its favorite sign. So it's as if a fish going from the air into the water, let's say, and it will feel more alive, revitalized. The same thing for you. Here is a little Sagittarius rising poking her hand. Come and show people what you did, you little Sagittarius rising. Here, she broke her arm. Because she's Pisces and Saturn transited her Sun and squared her Mars in Sagittarius on the ascendant, and it's okay. God saved her. It's not, she's healing well. She just came right for her rising sign. And everything will be okay. And we said, bye-bye. And we said that Jupiter, the ruler, that the planet that rules you, is going into, from the 9th of June, up for a whole year, into its favorite sign of exaltation, which is Cancer. So I think that your condition overall should improve. You should feel more naturally able to express yourself, let's say. But mostly the Jupiter will illuminate for the next 1 year. Maybe you'll start feeling it more from August, because Jupiter is invisible when it enters your 8th house. And only in August it starts becoming visible. But internally you might first feel it. Invisible planet is felt internally. And after that, the external things after August onwards start manifesting. The internal energy of Jupiter in the 8th house is like, 8th house is healing of our wounding. 8th house is our traumas. 8th house is our complexes, psychological complexes that we've inherited from ancestors or from past lifetimes, and collective and personal traumas we've experienced in this lifetime, in past lifetimes. So it's very deep house that it's buried and oftentimes secret, and we're not aware of those things. And Jupiter, what does it do? It illuminates. So you start becoming aware maybe of what your deepest motivations are, why you're acting certain ways. You become more aligned to your soul needs. You become more aligned to the occult energies, like we call them in modern ways, psychological motivations, psychological reasons for your behaviors, especially people who are more inclined for introspection and spiritual observation of things will reach very deep conclusions and realizations, which will help release them from pain, from trauma, from healing. And you know that they say that the 8th house, the house of sudden accidents and tragedies, but also the house of spontaneous healings. It's the poison, but the poison also has the remedy in it. So Jupiter there can, let's say, its highest vibration, because it's going to be exalted. I hope for that. It's going to be, instead of tragedy, because sometimes Jupiter can activate that, but there is, even if there is some kind of tragedy, because Jupiter expands whatever it touches, it somehow benefits you, like you receive a inheritance, or you have a divorce, but the divorce frees you and realigns you to your path. There is a very good silver lining wherever Jupiter passes, even through the hard houses, like the 8th house, which has some of the connotation of sudden reversal, which is like things spin suddenly. Yes, Jupiter there can really bring fast, sudden reversals, but they will be liberating in nature, and you'll be wanting them because Jupiter rules you, and you go into the 8th house. So somehow they'll be working on your side, those sudden reversal, shock, surprises that the 8th house sometimes is connected to. But on the positive side, they can be, as I said, this sudden healing, spontaneous remissions, even on a physical level, because Jupiter, 8th house, is where the chakras are, all the openings of the body. And the chakras are the energetic openings of the body that connect us to the world, to the external energies. When Jupiter enters there, Jupiter expands the movement of those chakras, helps them spin more correctly, more healthily. So that starts either even unlocking memories that were forgotten from the past. Start 8th house, the house of detox. So when starts detoxing harmful emotion complexes, feelings, you start realizing them consciously, even what they are. And when you dislodge, and if for years these feelings have been festering there, even you without being aware of them, suddenly they start moving around. Initially it might not be comfortable, it might be quite intense psychologically, emotionally, but this is the detox phase. And once you are freed from those things, it's like a spiritual awakening, basically. The 8th house is the house of initiation. Initiation is never an easy process. The high initiates were scared to death artificially, put with crocodiles, or were put in a tomb for 3 days, sealed in a tomb or whatever. They were put in extreme circumstances in some way, so they can awaken those spiritual forces. But nowadays, we don't do this. Nowadays, everyone has the life makes the spiritual initiation for us through some big, fast-paced life changes, sudden reversals. In one life, now we live 10 lives. Back then, 2,000 years ago, when they needed those initiatory schools, one lived 40 years, they were born in one family, did the same job, married one person. Nowadays, we can marry 10 people, do 100 jobs, live in 10 countries. So we have 10 lives in one. So life is the one that initiates us. And so Jupiter now wants to initiate you. It will speed up the chakras. The chakras will speed up the detox and dislodge painful emotions, which means they'll come to the surface, realizations, but they'll be released. They'll be freed. It's very good time for physical detoxes as well, of any sorts. So go for it. It will be very healing for you. They'll be released and you'll be freed and liberated. And after initiation, one feels like a lighter vibration, higher vibration, higher, different being. You have 12 months for that. That will be very powerful for you. Some big change in life that is liberating, that puts you to the next vibratory level, that already maybe can kickstart from the end of June 26 onward, because Jupiter, the moon, and the sun aligned here in this 8th house. Some event can happen, actual event towards the end of the month, and Jupiter squares Saturn the whole month, or some kind of event that internal, it might be external event or internal, that kickstarts this initiation process and opening for some people, even they'll become more psychic. Some Sagittarius, they might be having intuitive, because the chakras are activated. It's a very psychic house, the 8th house, occult house. They can become more interested in astrology, in topics, taboo topics, forbidden topics, in psychology, in analysis. Even if they're not seeing a psychologist, they might just read more books to get to the bottom of things. And maybe 8th house is the house of therapy. In Cancer, Jupiter there, family constellations, family therapy or family history can reveal a lot of things and help you release them and free you. Also, 8th house is the house of obsessions, so our inner demons that control us and outer demons that control us in the face of people, systems that are abusive of their power towards us or manipulating us in some way. Jupiter will help us reveal to us who those people are. Maybe some secrets will be revealed, maybe inner realizations that those people or circumstances are toxic for us or abusing us, their power or slightly manipulating us, and will help you release us and free you from that. It's not an easy process because it can entail some kind of disappointment, of course. Or inner demons that are obsession, anything that you're obsessive over that has more control over you than you over it. Jupiter eliminates it and helps you release it easier. But it can start with a kind of crisis from June, because Jupiter is square Saturn. Sorry, just a second. Now, another thing that Jupiter in the 8th house on the internal level is this, and when you release and understand painful feelings, also long-standing health issues can suddenly disappear. Appear and disappear. First, the healing crisis, they intensify and then they're suddenly gone. Say maybe you've had some kind of skin issue for years and you don't know why, and you realize that because someone in your environment or you let people get under your skin and irritate you, and you have this deep realization that Jupiter helps you either through therapy, through self-realization that happens when Jupiter is in the 8th house, and overnight your skin condition disappears because you've realized the stem of it. And people who are psychologists, astrologists, people who are occultists that work with kind of the hidden forces, even microbiologists, the invisible, forces as well, they can have great success when Jupiter is in the 8th house transiting. You can develop interest in such topics a lot more, or in crime topics. 8th house is crime, documentaries, whodunit, the psychology of serial killers, conspiracies is the 8th house when Jupiter transits there. What others call conspiracies, but they're actually the hidden forces that run the world. You become very aware of those things, and the universe opens like the door for you when Jupiter is there to recognize, and you become like an X-ray. And others might think, why are you so suspicious? So how are you connecting those things? You're seeing things, you're reading between the lines, seeing things where they're none. I want to tell you, Sagittarius, trust yourself the next whole year, because you'll be able to see things and connect the dots like very truthfully, because Jupiter is exalted in Cancer. So it's not a weak influence that meddles in astrally with untrue information. You'd feel it in your body, you'd know it. If someone is lying to you, if someone is doing something underhanded or fishy, you'd start feeling it and knowing it. Trust that inner instinct. Or if someone, whatever is happening politically in the world, you'll start connecting the dots and thinking, the hidden forces underneath, what are they ruling? Now let's speak more what's happening on material level, externally, when Jupiter is in the 8th house. Well, this is the house of deep, intimate bonding. Well, Jupiter through the 7th house, some of you might have met someone, relationships, new people entering your life, but Jupiter wasn't that strong in Gemini. But Jupiter in Cancer is very strong in the 8th house, like one of my astrology teachers, Victor says, is considered the house of soulmates, intense, deep, sexually entwined relationships. The 7th is more partnerships, equal, it's more rational. When Jupiter is in the 8th house, there can be when deep falling in love can happen. That is very entwined. That is soulmate-like feeling. I met my husband when Jupiter transited my 8th house. I married when Jupiter was in my 7th. Then Jupiter went into my 8th house and I met my soulmate. So it was truly Jupiter for some of you, if you're single, if you're not, but you're not in a happy relationship, there it can introduce you or bring a soulmate-like connection, because the 8th house is also the house of intimacy, and Jupiter allows you, because Jupiter is an allowing planet, expanding, to open yourself for deep intimacy without fears, without fear of being hurt, and when you let someone in that deeply, Jupiter guarantees it's not going to be negative dark force, but it's because Jupiter is the highest good, So deeper intimacy, if you're married, your intimate life can improve sexually, for example, or with sharing, like merging your resources or your finances and in some way, no. Or eighth house is healing through deep intimacy, or it can also activate for some of you increase of finances, because that's one of the financial houses. The second and the second is your finances. The eighth is your finances that are somehow involved with other people's or other people's resources, so you can receive gifts from others. Your partner's salary can increase, or they can, or you can, maybe you put some investment very intuitively that grows very big together, or maybe you invest in something that gives big returns. Jupiter in the eighth house. And in Cancer, you know, it's very strong. I think that Jacqueline Kennedy was born Sagittarius rising with Jupiter in Cancer and Venus in Cancer in the eighth house. I'm not quite sure, but I knew she had Jupiter in Cancer in the eighth. And she was married very rich guys and got a lot of their money, like Onassis and so on. But I'm not saying you all become like someone will give you money, but if it's in your karma, there will be definitely some kind of an increase coming to you from others. Open yourself to receive from the outside sources, to trust the universe, to give you, to provide for you, to take care. It doesn't mean don't do anything yourself, but it's like you'd realign to sniff out where the benefits are that can come to you from others. For example, you can get a good alimony from spouse, or if you're divorcing, for example, you might get like a much better, part of the deal financially from the mutual resources. Or maybe you together as a couple or as a business partnership can suddenly start making a lot of money, or you can attract a business partner that brings their resources, skills, and talents. It's not just the money of another, but resources, skills, talents that expands your own financial situation. When Jupiter transited my eighth house, all those three things happen at once: deep intimacy, healing of wounds overnight. Overnights, when I met my partner, like I felt I was healed from so much wounding, really so much pain and resentment, like vibratory. Went through a divorce, went through all this, got pregnant. Eighth house, the house of pregnancy, conception. Everything of the eighth house happened when Jupiter transited for me 12 years ago. And then eighth house is my old life died, because it's about death and rebirth. I felt like it happened very fast, quickly. It was intense, but it was rebirth. What can I say? It was rebirth into new, higher initiatory stage, this butterfly cocoon coming out of the cocoon. And our mutual income, and we immediately merged our money. Because I've been married before, everyone kept their money separate, whatever. But the intimacy was so deep that we immediately merged everything we owned together. No separation. This is the merging of the eighth house that will allow you either to merge with the finances, resources, talents of another, to trust enough, rather than to try to do everything alone, to merge your energies with another. And there was this incredible tripling of our income that happened over the 1 year Jupiter was in the eighth house. You might not feel this from June already, no, because Saturn is squaring Jupiter first. Or you might receive inheritance, money from insurance, from taxes of some sort. There can be more money coming in, but more coming out. It might be good even to invest in something where other people have pulled their resources. It might be stocks, it might be in something hedge, because there's benefits coming to you from others. So ask for help and resources and opinions and talents from others. Ask and you receive. The universe is giving it from this eighth house. Yes, it has some heavy energies as well. I told you about the traumas, the sudden transformations, death, rebirth, but it has a lot of good, nice things that can come from the eighth house as well. And Jupiter through the eighth house is squaring the whole of June Saturn in your fifth house. So when Jupiter and Saturn are squaring each other, there might be the need to let go of something or sacrifice something in order for something else to grow. You might have to sacrifice some of the good times, fifth house, this month, and in June and July, maybe sacrifice some aspect of your romantic relationships or fun life, personal entertainment and hobbies, in order for something here in the eighth house to grow. I don't know, something in your intimate life, or something in regards to mutual finances, or something in regards to financial matters, or a deep psychological growth in some sort, or healing. Or there might be some clash between your children and your finance. Maybe you might have to spend some money on your children in June, or on some compromise you have to make, or some, whether to do like fun holiday or put money in investment in something. You know, such kind of a dilemma might come up, or whether to spend on something you enjoy, fifth house, or invest, because eighth house kind of investing, like we said. Or there might be another dilemma of some secret coming up and your romantic life that you have to decide. And to make a sacrifice in some aspect, or some more difficult decision in June. Or there might be here, what else could it be? That I'm trying to see the combination of eighth and fifth house. Some expenses, or you might be trying to procure some creative project of yours, or some original idea of yours, to procure sponsorship, because eighth house is money coming from others, or support from others, from the public in some way, to procure. So there's this tension of trying to resolve this in June, July. Or there might be something about children and money, children and mutual finances, or romantic partners, or your own creative business ideas, for example. Or having fun, how you have fun, and obsessions, to have to solve some problems. Maybe you have to sacrifice having fun a little bit, so you can take and heal some obsession or addiction, eighth house, that controls you. So there's multiple ways it can play out. I tried to cover absolutely all the possible ways the eighth and the fifth house symbolize, so you can make the connections yourself. Otherwise, I can sit here and just guess for hours and hours. So yeah, there is this tension that is felt in June. Something needs to be sacrificed, or something you might need to trim certain expenses in some areas that are mutual finances, or even cut some losses and liabilities of what you're spending, in order, for example, to allow some creative project or something else to grow initially. Because Saturn squaring Jupiter feels the square more. So you might have to kind of do first some sacrifice in this eighth house, which is mutual finances, insurance, taxes, inheritance, intimacy. What's mine, what's yours? What is mine versus what is yours? How much you give versus how much I give or get. And you have to make some kind of a more difficult decision around June, around that time. I would advise you to be careful with finances. And fifth house is speculative investments and stuff like that, as well, to be careful with those things, so you don't make some mistakes because of the tense aspect. But after that, from August onwards, and September, October, November, December, Jupiter will make only trines with Saturn. It will hold it for 2 months towards the end of the year. So there'll be something really good that happens to you in this eighth house. Resources from others, intimacy that we talked, any of those things that can happen. But first in June and partly July, it's part to do the hard decisions, maybe some cleanup here of intimate connections and romantic relationships that might not be healthy. Cleanup of that, some realizations of secrets, some realizations of what truly opens up your heart, some new, as I said, some sacrifice might have to be done, or some more difficult decision. But there's really good things that will come to you from this Jupiter in the eighth house. And by the way, from July, Uranus is entering into directly opposite into you in a sign it really loves, and it's very compatible with it. And Uranus will change the life of Sagittarius over the next 8 years. In a sense, not all the 8 years, early Sagittarius, maybe this year and next year, later Sagittarius, the next 2 years. But I covered this in my 5-hour webinar on Uranus in Gemini, which covers absolutely all possible transits Uranus can do from your 7th house. Say you have Venus in Sagittarius, Uranus opposing your Venus. What does it mean with real life stories? So maybe you have Saturn in Virgo, Uranus will square it. in your 10th house. What does it mean? And again, real life stories of how it manifested to people. It's only $20 for 5 hours, the cheapest webinar out there available. I wanted to reach thousands of people. That's why I always price all my courses, which usually would be $200. I price it at $20, and then it becomes $30 from July. So if you want to check this out and be prepared, know what it is and get excited for it, because your life is about to get buzzing and a lot of freedom is about to come to you, Sagittarius. A lot of freedom and a bit of nomadic and excitable, changeable period. Sagittarius love that. See how you fare with it. So thank you so much. And may you be blessed. May you do the best possible manifestation and creations through Saturn, Neptune conjunction that are happening over the next 2 years. And whatever happens, know that it's for the highest good always. Capricorn, Sun, Moon, Rising, June 2025. Capricorn, Jupiter is entering your 7th house, where it's going to be the strongest. Jupiter absolutely loves Cancer. That's the sign where it manifests its best, and Jupiter is the best planet in the horoscope, as we know in the astrology. It's the great benefic. So good things are going to start coming to you in the next 12 months from others, 7th houses, others, partnerships, relationships. I can boldly say that a lot of Capricorn people might get married over the next 12 months. Maybe not in June yet. Jupiter is still invisible from the 9th of June when it transits into the 7th house of Capricorn, but it becomes visible from August onwards. So the external manifestation of this planet will start to be possible from August, but the internal manifestation already become noticeable from June the 9th, which is higher vibration because Jupiter is looking directly towards you, feeling more positive, feeling more excitable about life. And Capricorns can always do with a dose of optimism. Jupiter directly looking at you, feeling like more opportunities are presenting to yourself, feeling like things are opening up for you, like breathing lighter, skies, thunderstorms are kind of dismantling, sun is coming, this kind of lightness and more faith. But the actual physical manifestation might take a bit longer. But Jupiter will be in your 7th house for 12 months till next summer, July 2025, 6. So as I said, I think a lot of Cancers who are single, Capricorns, can become in a more serious relationships, because Jupiter, when a planet transits a sign it loves, like exaltation on its own, it creates and fulfills the promise of that house, which is preparing for you. So some Capricorns might get married, others might get in relationships that are positive. Jupiter is something good quality, good Jupiter is in good dignity. So something that is good karma for your relationship, or might not be even a relationship, might be a business partnership, might be a collaboration or close friendship with another that's beneficial for you. That this friendship or collaboration or business partnership or pairing of some sort, because 7th house is pairing with another, can be a source of growth or opportunity or blessings for you for a while, for many years ahead, because Jupiter cycle is 12 years. And the first manifestations of that start happening from the end of June, maybe first signs, maybe new people start appearing in your life. They might not be the ones, the ultimate one, but initially the universe starts giving us small signals, and the new moon in Cancer, which is on the 26th of June, where the sun, the moon, and Jupiter line up at the same degree, around 3-4 degrees in Cancer. Some powerful new beginning is promised for you to start in relationships through others or in the life of your already existing partner. They can be some renewal in their life starting from June, but definitely you'll notice it in the next 12 months, where they improve, their vibration improves, or your relationships, if it's been difficult or been tested in some way, especially since Mars was retrograde in your 7th house. For 6 months was there in the last year. So maybe for some of you, there was some burned bridges in relationships. There was some shakeups, some tests in relationships, some burned bridges with clients, with close people, or even tension in a personal partnership, or breakups even, well, Jupiter is coming to heal all of this. Maybe your relationship will start improving. I remember when my husband had Jupiter through the seventh house. This was the year I was like, ooh, will I become more famous? Sometimes Jupiter can make your partner more successful, bring more wealth, whatever. But in my case, in my partner's case, it was that my health started improving, which means I was more joyful, I was more positive, I was more active. So that was the good thing, that when he had Jupiter in the seventh house, started happening for his partner. But it can be something good comes to you through your partner, or if you don't have a partner, it can appear. If you don't want a partner, you're not looking for a relationship, something good can come to you through others, new people entering your life that expand your horizon, that bring new ideas, maybe even foreign people, because Jupiter rules your 12th house, foreign people, more spiritual people that are around you, that you partner with. Jupiter also rules your third house, so they can be friends, not only just romantic or a business partnership. Third house, I mean, they can be kind of business partnerships as well. The rule of the third transiting the seventh. That's interesting. You can even meet someone while traveling, for example, while on a short trip or online. So open yourself to what comes to you from others. They can be good things. Say if your partner gets a promotion and you're wondering, should we do it? Know that because Jupiter is transiting your seventh house, if something good will come to your partner, so to trust that your partner accept this promotion or a move or some change in their life, it's going to be for good and very likely long lasting. So yeah, and Jupiter also looks at you for the next 12 months, bringing more vitality, protecting your physical health, body, overall expansion, this feeling of expansion, breathing easier overall. Business partnership, contracts, or if you have a business, the seventh house with your clients, the purchases, the sales, you can expand your publicity, your business. Suddenly, I always love to tell this story, but I remember someone that who loves astrology, and I follow her website, and she had a business of making homemade toothpaste. And Jupiter transited her seventh house, and she was like, I can't believe what's happening. We suddenly have 80,000 followers. All our projects get bought out in 5 minutes. People are accusing us that we're buying our own products because they sell out so fast, and they exploded. Their business exploded. So that's good. I mean, if you want to sell something, buy something, sign contracts, you're going to get good deals as well. You can meet people that are very Jupiterian, larger than life over the next 12 months, that with some kind of dignitaries and so on. And so there are very multiple ways it can play out. Not always about, oh, Jupiter in your seventh house, you'll get married. It might be something totally different. And sometimes people get divorced with Jupiter in the seventh house because Jupiter wants to free you. And it feels like, oh, I can finally breathe, and it's for good. But someone else usually comes and arrives pretty quickly after that. Well, Jupiter is in the seventh or in the eighth after that, because these are both relational houses. All right. But in June, there might be a bit of a tension in relationship, because Saturn, initially, the moment Jupiter enters your seventh house, Saturn is squaring it. So there might be some tension with others into your interpersonal relationships. You might have to make some sacrifice in your personal life because of a relationship. With Saturn, Jupiter square, you have to make some sacrifice to allow something else to grow. Maybe you have to make sacrifice about something about the family or where you live, or some choice about place of living or personal time and personal peace of mind, which is the fourth house, in order for some partnership, business or personal, to grow and evolve later on. Or maybe you have to make some sacrifice in relationships as a partners, so something in your family can grow. Or maybe you take on some new responsibilities as family, as parents, or property or real estate, or taking care of family or parents or children, or something about real estate, as I said. And that can a bit affect in June and July your relationship and relationships with others, not necessarily marriage or whatever. But there is some, you see, as Capricorn, the big shifts are happening for you this year, for the next 12 months, even for sure, because both Jupiter will be on angle from you and Saturn will be on angle from you. So that's like the angle is the pillar of the horoscope that holds that what holds it, you know, the four angles. This is personal life, family, happiness. This is your physical body. This is your relationship. This is your career or mission in life. These are the most major things in your life. And when the outer planet, the big one, Jupiter and Saturn, not to mention that Neptune is also there, go on those angles and they directly aspect each other. It's like the wheel of fortune gets spinning and your life starts turning different direction. You make some big important choices because the angular houses is the houses of change and new beginnings. So there is change and new beginning coming for Capricorn. June especially, June, July, they might make some decision. They might make, and it might feel like a hard decision because it's square, but it will be for good. Because eventually, the end of the year, Jupiter and Saturn will trine each other. So whatever, if now it feels like, okay, we have to make a decision, or I have to, you know, there is a tension between this and this because the square, or there's some blockage, or there's some need to scale down. For example, there might be the need to scale down on housing or where you live, or to sacrifice a place like, oh, I want to live there, but in the name of the relationship, we'll go and live there. You know, there might be the need for some compromise or some kind of a, might not be the easiest, but it's for good. Because later on, towards the end of the year, Saturn will trine Jupiter into your seventh house, and you'll be happy whatever changes you did. You had to give up something, or you had to make a difficult choice. It will play out great. And there might be some tensions with partners and whatever, but because of the square, or now, oh, it can just mean the square. The square is action. It has Mars-like qualities that you need to get things moving and make a choice, decision, rather than, you won't be able to stay on the fence about some very personal, very important matter in your life, connected even to career, because Saturn is opposing to your personal destiny. Jupiter is opposing your first house. And you'd move, or you'd make this move, it will culminate, and you have to, you know, basically make the next step. But there might be the need even sometimes to first cut off your liabilities. Saturn square Jupiter, cut off liabilities, something that you've been wasteful, or too spending too much, or too allowing, especially in relationships or through others. So you can make space. So some of you might even cut off certain people from your life, or certain aspects of the relationship and how it's done, and put certain rules, because Saturn wants rules. Okay, let's make an agreement or some ultimatums to first, you know, and then after June, July, Saturn will not square Jupiter anymore. So it will, those rules that were set to you, or you setting it to others in relationships, or cutting off some liabilities, or cutting off some clients, also seventh house, that are more like a wasteful, or communication with others that are taking your time and wasting your energy, spreading yourself too thin, maybe in a few relationships, few contracts, few agreements. And to solidify you into the more quality ones, more quality clients, more quality agreements, contracts, more quality business exchanges, because seventh house is also a business house, or more quality personal relationship, or the more quality aspects of your relationship. So kind of like downscaling initially in June and July, making it smaller, making it more manageable, not spreading yourself too thin when it comes to others and so on, or some other aspects in your life. Even putting some rules and boundaries and regulations. And after that, it will pay out good for you. Just be careful not to be too reactive. It is a possibility, especially the very early born Capricorns. They can find themselves under pressure a lot more. Those that are born, say, 22nd, 23rd of December, 24th of December, those 0, 1 to 3 degrees of sun, moon, or ascendant in Capricorn, they're going to feel this tension, and the need to make some life pivotal change, especially strongly in June. But again, I want to give you peace of mind, even if June is hard for some of you because of the hard aspect, important decision and changes. Know that those changes or those decisions are for good, or those tests or blockages sometimes, because Saturn can stop the blockage of Jupiter, because when Saturn moves back into Pisces at the end of the year for 2-3 months, it will trine Jupiter, so it will all work out great. So whatever downsizing or cutting or trimming or holding back of something you have to do now, because Saturn square is like hold back something, or something is held back for you. After that, it shows that it was the right thing to do and gives good results. And I want to tell you, don't think I got a bit negative. I started very positive because Jupiter in your 7th house is truly wonderful. Saturn and Neptune, I forgot to say, are conjunct in your 4th house. So big new beginning. Saturn and Neptune, the whole June and July are conjunct. And then again in February 2026. So almost like a year influence of those two planets, starting a new 35-year cycle in your life. And it has something to do with family, with roots, with place of living, with home. So, or maybe not initially already in June, but it's very strongly activated in June and July. Something will develop like a new role for you. It might be a motherhood role. It might be a grandmothering role. It might be a new place for you to live. It might be settling down, or something to do with family, with home. Something important place where you live, or some of you might even be called into a mission to be into real estate, 4th house, or into land, real estate, hospitality business. Or it might be that Saturn and Neptune are initiating you into the idea of having your own real estate or property, or letting go of existing property for some reason, so you can be a free electron, sometimes. But something important with home, with property, with your inner world, with your roots, with your ancestors. Maybe some secrets can come to the surface about your early childhood, which is the 4th house, that burst some bubbles of illusion and ground you in the reality and truth. And so there might be something, or Saturn wants to ground you, to give you foundation in life. But there might be some testing as well. Saturn, Neptune in your personal life, family, home, place of living, that requires certain sacrifice or more efforts. But it's according to the stars. This is supposed to happen. You're supposed to pass through it, and you have to pass it through grace. And you're very invested in it because you are Saturn yourself. So there's some new powerful beginning there in this 4th house over the next 1 year that's starting now in June. But Venus is trining you the whole June. Just in June, Venus will trine you from the 7th, 8th. Venus will enter Taurus, will trine Capricorn, you'd feel. And Jupiter from the 9th starts opposing Capricorn. So the two benefics, the last 20 days of June are looking at you, so you can have good times, romantically as well. Again, Venus in the 5th house can be about meeting, falling in love, while Jupiter is already in your 7th house. After the 27th in particular, it becomes 26th of June, becomes even stronger. Venus in the 5th house is about having more entertainment, fun, joy, going to parties. These are good things if you want to do romantically, to connect with partner. Anything connected to children should be wonderful in June, or improve in some way. Anything connected to your creative projects, or just feeling more fun and joyful in yourself, is wonderful this month as well. So thank you so much, Capricorn. I think we have good news. Just the early born Capricorns, the first 2-3 degrees, might be feeling under pressure by Saturn squaring them and Neptune squaring them. They are, for the next 1 year, they're a bit tested more, especially this summer, with Saturn and Neptune squaring them. The first 2-3 degrees, as we said, the Capricorns are just getting the overall influences that we talked about. So, and by the way, Uranus will enter into your 6th house from next month, July, we'll speak about it, but I've done a 5-hour course on it, which is just $20. 5-hour astrology courses, webinars go for $200-300, where I cover every possible transit Uranus can make with real life stories. I give you examples. Say, for example, you might be Capricorn, but your Venus might be in Sagittarius and Uranus will oppose it. Or your Mercury might be in Aquarius and Uranus will trine it. What does it mean for you, and how it's going to manifest, and what time exactly over the next 8 years while Uranus is there? It's like a personal reading, and I direct you where exactly, which part of the webinar to watch. It's kind of like those books that you skip to chapter 5, you know. if you want the dragon to not eat you, skip to chapter 5 based on your choice. So it's fun, and it's very telling, and you own it for life, for all Uranus transits you could ever have, or Uranus transits through houses, and what their energy is, and where the big changes will be happening for you. So thank you so much. Check it out while it's still at early bird price. Aquarius, Sun, Moon, Rising, June 2025. Aquarius, we have to say goodbye to Jupiter in our 5th house, which I really enjoyed. It was so uplifting. It was directly trining us here with a good aspect and expanding us, our self-expression, our ability to have fun, to enjoy ourselves, to find our true voice, let's say. And it's going into our 6th house, but there'll be good positive sides of that as well in different areas of life. So you start feeling a shift gradually from June. Maybe you'll notice it even more into August, when Jupiter becomes visible, because first it's invisible in June and July because it's next to the sun. So more the internal aspects of Jupiter in the 6th house will be felt, which can be like an increased desire to improve our health, increased desire to find knowledge about how to maintain our health, how to have a better well-being, mental, physical health and well-being, improved desire and joy from daily routines. You know, daily routines. The 6th house is a boring stuff. I wake up in the morning, I brush my teeth, I drink water, whatever. But Jupiter is knowledge. Jupiter is wisdom. It's intuitive knowing as well. Like maybe you'd come across spontaneously across an article that is exactly, because there's so much advice nowadays. Oh, you shouldn't eat eggs, or you should eat eggs, or you shouldn't eat meat, or meat is the best food. And we get so confused in that abundance of information. But Jupiter is you knowing intuitively, or even your higher self feeding you the right pieces of information, the right pieces of knowledge that are exactly right for your health, exactly right to improve your well-being, physical, psychological, because 6th house is about how we maintain our body, our imbalances in our life, how we address them. So Jupiter will start giving you knowledge and glimpses and intuitive realization. What is the right thing for you to rebalance yourself, to rebalance your hormones, to rebalance your gut as well. Your 6th house is connected to the gut, to the stomach in Cancer, in the sign of Cancer, and Jupiter is exalted there. So those intuitive bite sizes or intuitions, or it's like maybe you find the perfect doctor for yourself. 6th house is doctors, healers, you know, that will be able to help you resolve a long-standing health issues over the next 12 months in some way. The actual physical and external manifestation of Jupiter in your 6th house will start coming from August onwards, and by July 2026, when Jupiter is finished with your 6th house, you'd have improved somehow through the right information, you'd have created maybe the right routine for yourself that is aligned to your vibration, because it's not for everyone, the healing modalities. You know, one healing modality might be very harmful for another person and very amazing for you. And so there is this going into healing energy for yourself, intuitive knowledge, or even if you want to start a business, because 6th house connected to work, connected with the helping professions, it will be very good for you, say in healing professions. It might be in massaging, in energy healing, or in herbalism, or in workout, nutrition. if you are interested in any of those things, Jupiter would expand your knowledge or even allow you to start thriving over the next 12 months and to build a good foundation in such fields. Sixth house is also the house of, I remember when my husband was having Jupiter transiting, his sixth house was again very strong, was Jupiter in Pisces, so it manifests in very positive way, like it will manifest for us Aquarians in Cancer. My husband got really much into understanding herbs, into understanding supplements. He bought so many back then. And he was experimenting, trying. Jupiter puts you in an experimental state, but it's also protecting you that you don't do the wrong medicine in some way. Or some of you might be like good to adjust their medicine and be, for ones that are more appropriate for them. And so, yeah, this can open this excitement, this knowledge about these areas of life, or this excitement and joy, because Jupiter is joy-giving planet, to find you the right routines, to find you the right, and to expand your routines, your healthcare routines, that you feel joy while doing. Say you do exercise for mental health or for maintaining your weight and your health, or to find just the right modalities for you in everyday routines, and you become passionate about that, doing it, or start experimenting and seeing different ways of doing things there. Also, sixth house is your work, your service that we're here to do. Well, yeah, Jupiter in the sixth house can expand your responsibilities and duties. There is this. But there is also the energy of joy, that you feel fulfillment and satisfaction, and you start seeing results and rewards from you taking on more responsibilities and duties in some way. Maybe you'd become more passionate about your work. Maybe if you're in the wrong work environment, sometime over the next 12 months, I cannot guarantee you it's already in July, even though there is a very powerful new moon where the Sun, Moon, and Jupiter align on the same degree, around 3-4 degrees in Cancer, that from the end of the month, there can be the opportunity or new business idea that comes to you, new work idea, or someone tells you, do you want to work here? Or maybe new employee, because sixth house is employees, or you employing the right people to help you do some task. Say you want to redo your flat, but you don't want to do it yourself. So Jupiter there over the next 12 months says, you'll be working with quality people, Jupiter in Cancer. That will give you good ideas, that will help you, that the employees that you employ for something, or if you have your own business, you can expand the business with Jupiter in the sixth house. You can get a bigger office, so you can improve the quality of the size of your office or the size of your business. It's about, it expands. Sixth house matters, business, work projects. Yes, it can mean more work projects as well. But also it can free you from certain duties and responsibilities that are not aligned to your Dharma. What is Dharma? This is Jupiter, which are not aligned to your highest good in some sense. So it can start sometimes as a crisis, June, July, that you let go of a job, or that you are dissatisfied with a job because Jupiter is squared by Saturn. So especially in June and July, it helps you see where in your work that you do in your service, there is liability. So maybe people that work for you, you might cut off some initially in June and July. It can start the opposite way a little bit. And you say, okay, this is a liability from my work. I'm spending too much time or energy or resources or money on some project that you realize it's losing you. You're just wasting your energy. And Saturn will help you, squaring Jupiter from a third house will help you see exactly what aspects of your job or of the processes of your daily routines and your daily errands or of your daily responsibilities you're wasteful with, you're spreading yourself too thin, and help you hone in your focus towards more quality business project or work project or daily activities and daily habits that are so doing less initially, but more quality. And Jupiter gradually after July, August, will expand your love and joy from this new job circumstances, those more quality work projects. So you're going to find over the next 12 months joy and fulfillment and very possibly more expanded opportunities with jobs. So even if initially it can start because of the June is more like a square that is tense, so cut off the waist, see which sides don't work, kind of a inspection of your daily habits, inspection of your working processes that are, taking too much time, wasting, and focusing, and even slowing, even kind of curtailing a little bit your work initially, making it less. And after that, from August, when Jupiter is no longer squaring with Saturn, you start feeling the expansion and the growth. So some corrections that you might be asked or forced to do in your work, with your work environments, with clients, with employees, with colleagues, or work projects that you have to correct, to remove some of them that are not right for you, or change jobs even sometimes. It will start paying off, and especially at the end of the year, it will be such a blessing, the hard changes that you had to make now, because Saturn will be trining Jupiter in your 6th house. So there might be even financial rewards in that direction, but you might be asked to do some hard work first, initially June, July, or decisions, or some kind of a sacrifice even in the 6th house or in the 3rd house where Saturn is. So another area of your life can grow. You might have to make some sacrifice, so later on you can say, for example, your mental health and physical health can thrive and grow in the next 10 months after that, after June and July. Or you might have to make some sacrifice in another area of your life so your work can prosper and grow in the next 10 months from July, August onwards. Or maybe some hard decisions and choices, because 6th house is also our self-medicating habits, or habits that, the habits through which we search and look to recover balance when things are imbalanced. And sometimes we can do self-medication, we can drink, we can smoke, we can take painkillers, or we can take other kind of substances. And if there are such unhealthy ones, especially June and July, you become very aware of them. And you might be like a high time that you kind of curtail, or Saturn can give you the power to say no by squaring a planet in your 6th house. So some health issue initially increasing in June, July, or you worry about a health issue or imbalance increasing, so you can apply the square and use it the best ways to deny yourself something, to let go of something. Neptune is to let go, it's going to square Jupiter. Saturn is to deny or say no to something, even to withdraw a little bit socially, because Saturn is in the 3rd house. Neptune is to do some sacrifice socially about your interests, about how you spend your time. 3rd house is kind of like your interests, so in the name of health, in the name of work, in the name of some long-term plans about your work and the prosperity of your more material side of life, which is the 6th house. Or you might have to, 6th house is also debt. So Jupiter can help you solve a debt there and be free from it, but it starts in June and July, but you first having to make some sacrifice, maybe deprive yourself of some 3rd house things, distractions, some things that you spend on other side, like for hobbies, for activities, because 3rd house is very much connected to hobbies and activities in order to pay off your debt, for example. So there might be the need to compromise or kind of limit yourself in some way initially in June and July, so something later on can prosper and grow in the long term later into the year and into 2026. They can be what is also 6th house? 6th house is the healing, the caring, professions, but all kind of work. Overall, over the next 12 months, the conditions of your work, the satisfaction with your work should increase, but it can start with initially some crisis to push us in that direction to take the right choice. And we also have the big Saturn-Neptune conjunction. It happens once every 35 years. It will never happen again in our 3rd house as Aquarians. and it's starting something new in your life that will unfold over the next 35 years. And the seeds are being planted now in June and July when Saturn and Neptune are together. Then Saturn moves back for a few months. And then in February, it comes back again, February 2026, and joins fully Neptune in your third house and stays there for 2 years. So you're going to start feeling the seeds of some new beginning now already in June and July and into February 2026, about maybe starting something new connected to this third house, about changing your immediate environment, for example, changing your social circle. And you might have to initially to make a sacrifice. Neptune, Saturn is a bit of a sacrifice, letting go of people that you communicate your everyday life with. You might have to let go of those. Maybe, I know, you might move over the next 1 year, for example, and your social environment changes, or you just might, with your willpower, say, okay, I'm not going to spend time with those or those people. You might even find out some secrets about people around you that disappoint you, because Neptune, Saturn is like the bursting the bubble of illusion about third house, people, colleagues, people in your everyday environment, friends, siblings, relatives, neighbors, that makes you, you know, want to find and surround yourself with a different class of people, different energy, or you shift your attitude towards such people. Maybe something in the circumstances of your siblings or relatives or people in your near environment can start shifting in a big way. And or maybe you just are going to a more serious frame of mind, Saturn and Neptune in your third house, that you don't want to waste time, especially third house is kind of can be about wasting time on social media, scrolling, watching like reality shows. I'm enumerating all my vices now here through the third house. You know, just wasting time with third house is the information that you put through your knowledge, what you read, what you think about, what you talk about, your everyday communication, what your monkey mind is focused on. And Saturn Neptune will give you a great, incredible opportunity over the next 1-2 years to gradually cull all the wasteful and too much information and to sort out, because Saturn is like very good at sorting out, arranging the information that is more wasteful for you or deceptional, because Neptune is there. So to figure out which information or which wasting of time is deception or just wasting your mental energies, and to become more disciplined there. So you might, for example, start imposing on yourself limits to your social interactions so you can focus on work in the sixth house, or on healthy habits, or limit your scrolling and TV watching or Netflix watching so you can focus on something more productive, Jupiter in the sixth house. Or maybe just so you can have mental hygiene, Saturn in the third house with Neptune. And a lot of lies can be wrongful or information, misleading information, you can become aware of over the next 6, 7, 8 months with the Saturn Neptune conjunction there, and just decide to eliminate it. And I'll say stop watching news because of all the negative, and you'll be very impressionable with Neptune in your third house. What comes in your mind, it can affect your whole mind, your whole feelings, your whole vibration. So Neptune will make you receptive, and Saturn will be like the superintendent that it's like, this thought doesn't feel right, okay, I will not allow it, or I'm not gonna watch news, I'm not gonna talk to this person, I'm not gonna interact with this sapping my energy, I'm not gonna waste my time on just watching TV, whatever, all of those things. So some quality control there. But Neptune will also infuse you with new people in your environment that are more spiritual, but also with Saturn and a spiritual but practical. Not like that, we just fly with the love, peace, namaste. There is also this energy of practicality, spirituality in practice, in the people around you, living, embodying in the flesh, Saturn. manifesting the spiritual principles and ideals. And also it will reveal to you fake people that are in your life. Third house is about people in your life. Fake people will be revealed, or people that are gossiping behind you or something like that. Or just somehow the universe will separate you gradually over the next 1 year during the Saturn-Neptune conjunction from people that are not, that play out their role in your life. There can be also some challenges in the life of siblings or relatives that I mentioned there, or some separation that happens. Saturn and Neptune, it's part of it. I cannot say for certain for everyone how exactly it is, which part is going to manifest. But also it can mean a new beginning. Saturn and Neptune starting a new cycle. Aquarians can be called for the next 35 years in some new role, to be the voice of something, third house, to be the spokesman of something, to spread information about something, information that is hopefully full of new ideals and that is put into actual action and reality through Saturn. Or third house is business projects. Third house is commercial business meeting, business activities, media project, marketing, or might be put in some very important role that gradually comes as an idea for you over the next 30, or okay, let's say it might not be the whole cycle of 35 years, but for a long period ahead that is being seeded in this year, next year, that about communication, about media, about AI. Third house rules apps, media, marketing, information, social media. But it's more like it's through your work and investment there, because Saturn is involved as well. And something will be shifting in your mind. Something will be shifting in, or maybe about training, teaching others, training, or maybe there will be something new that you are learning, new skills over the next 1-2 years. And Neptune is the inspiration, Saturn is putting it into reality. New skills that are more high vibrational for you, new information that comes to you. And yeah, that's how you interact and how you think about the world and what your internal dialogue is. Neptune and Saturn want to totally change your internal dialogue. And Neptune is hypnotism, Saturn is repetition. So I'm feeling it already coming into my third house, Saturn with Neptune. I started to self-hypnotize my mind by constant repetition of affirmations. When negative thoughts, because the low vibration of Saturn and Neptune is low, astral, negative thoughts, self-doubts, because the third house is your mind, what you're thinking, and such thoughts like, what's the worst will happen. Neptune is like fears that the subconscious. Saturn is the most negative outcome. And to overcome it, I said, I'm going to use the high vibration of Saturn, Neptune. What is Saturn? Repetition and discipline, and mental, in the third house is mental hygiene. And Neptune is to, high vibrational affirmations. The spiritual means like almost magical, and hypnotism use. And the subconscious is Neptune. So you reach through your conscious mind, the third house, through repetition, Saturn, your subconscious, Neptune, to rewire it. So your internal dialogue is no longer a hot mess of negativity. And for many people initially who are not used to that, they can feel like, why am I feeling negative? Why am I talking? Why is negative thoughts in my head, and I'm picking up always, I'm seeing the worst in others or the worst in me, and judging, because Saturn in third can make us more judgmental as well. Or why am I more susceptible to the negative words that come from others, or moods? Because Saturn and Neptune in the third house, what we perceive from the environment. So raise the vibration by mental discipline, repeating affirmations in some sort to train it, mental hygiene, and so on, if you can. And as I said, they can be, as a start, some big cleanup of what you allow to enter your mind, who you talk with, changing there. And even if there's some tensions with people that you communicate initially, there's some important process that you're not aware of, that this is part of, that this conjunction is preparing you for. As I said, it can be starting a new big project in marketing, in business for some of you, new big project as a writer, as a speaker, as a communicator, as a media persona as well. It can play out in so many different ways. Also, your third house is transportation of any sort. And transportation, there might be trips that are more for work or because of spiritual reasons, Neptune, to heal your soul. But also it's like you have to be a bit more cautious with your cars, Saturn, Neptune. You might discover something that's broken in the car, or your devices, phone, electronics, that, you know, Saturn, Neptune conjunction in June and July especially, and then in February or January, February, to anything to do with your communication, your transportation and communication devices, or information, passwords, you know, such kind of stuff, to be a bit more protected, because Neptune, they can be invasion or undermining of passwords, of the safety of vehicles, the safety of devices, or hacking even. But Saturn will quickly expose such things and make you correct it, make it more safe and secure. Knock on wood, hopefully no hacking of accounts here, whatever. It's just sometimes some of the negative things of Saturn and Neptune can manifest, and I want to prepare you so you know. And again, start affirming positive things, but if it happens, just deal with it. And also, if there have been some festering things in relationships with your teammates, with your, you know, mates, siblings, they can come to the surface to be addressed now. Or, yeah, call on your siblings, find out how they are as well. Or some important new chapter can be starting in the life of siblings. For example, my brother is expecting a baby, so I hope the Saturn Neptune is the brand new chapter in his life of more responsibility, and Neptune of feeling the unconditional love. So yeah, but you know, sometimes it plays very good, sometimes it's a bit more difficult. So there you go. Saturn and Jupiter are squaring in June and July. There can be a bit of a mental tension, or some important developments connected with, you know, this third house, transportation, communication, online projects that needs to put more effort in to solve some problems, or with your work initially that we talked about. And after that, things will become better and better and easier. So yeah, there you go, Aquarius. Venus will be in your fourth house most of the month. It's a temporary influence just for June. Good time to connect with family, to spend time with family, to feel the connection with loved ones, your home, to beautify it, to, I don't know, buy a few flowers for your home, or see your parents, or reconnect with your mom, or with your own motherhood instinct and family. So thank you so much, Aquarius. And by the way, Uranus is entering your fifth house from July, our fifth house. So Jupiter leaves it, but Uranus comes there for 8 years. So we're still going to sparkle, have fun, be creative, genius, original, and be full of new original ideas. I'll speak more about that in my July videos, because Uranus in the fifth house is fire. I love it. And you'd feel, again, the spark of life come up with a lot of original ideas. But if you want to hear everything, if you like my way of teaching, I've done a 5-hour video on Uranus in Gemini, how it's going to affect every single sun sign, moon sign, ascendant. Say you might be Aquarius, but like me, I have Sun in Aries and Venus. Uranus will sextile my Sun and Venus and Mars and Mercury. I've given interpretations with personal real life stories, how it affects you. Maybe you're Aquarius, Uranus will trine you, or maybe your moon is in Sagittarius, Uranus will oppose it. What does it mean? With, again, real life stories from people I've been observing in my life. So you're prepared, you know, you can get excited, so you're not shocked and surprised when Uranus, because it comes like a lightning. I just had a Uranus transit in my fourth house on the cusp. On the day, my daughter broke her hand out of the blue, you know. All my family plans were for the summer. It changed the whole plan. Thanks God she's safe and okay. But like Uranus can really surprise us in ways we didn't plan for. And Not like Saturn. We know with Saturn, we see it coming from far and we know what we have to correct. And, with Uranus, it's like, whoa, you're thrown out into a new direction. You need to be very flexible. But Uranus will be helping for the next 8 years, Aquarius, with the trine. So the changes will be very organic, natural, and welcome. Anyway, check it out. It's only $20. And it's usually such a course would cost $200-300, but I wanted to reach more people, so I tried to make it as affordable as possible. And then the price goes to $30 from July. So thank you. Pisces, Sun, Moon, or Rising, June 2025. Pisces, Jupiter is entering into your 5th house. And there Jupiter feels the strongest in Cancer. This is his favorite sign. And Jupiter is you. So suddenly you start from after the 9th of June, maybe you'd feel it more and more into August when Jupiter becomes visible, but your mood will start improving. Your life force, your energy, your excitement about life, your participation in life, because the 5th house is our inner child and Jupiter will illuminate it. You like basically awakening your inner child, and the child has a wonder for the world. The child is excited about life. The child feels alive and loves life. So if you've been having Saturn in your sign for the last 2-3 years, you have a little bit of a life ennui, a bit of heaviness of life that you've experienced. It just didn't feel as sparkly, didn't feel as joyful. When Saturn is in your sign, like it's been for 2-3 years now, it's heavy energy of responsibility, of seriousness, of grow up or karmic lessons or health issues. I mean, I have many Pisces in my life, my aunt, my brother, my daughter, and my aunt was like, Saturn, Uncle Sun, I don't feel like living. I'm like, I'm scared for my life. I'm so heavy, like depressed. Maybe not all of you, maybe it organized. Some of you got you, to be more responsible, serious, grown up towards your health, towards your career, towards your family. But it was heavy energy. Saturn has moved out of Pisces. It's still not far. It will come back a little bit for a few moments, but you're going to have the summer of your life, starting from June the 9th onwards, especially the early born Pisces will feel it in June, July, August, and then the later born Pisces will feel it more and more. But even the later born Pisces, the moment Jupiter, you're ruled by Jupiter Pisces, enters into Cancer, you start feeling this lightness. It's like, let's say Jupiter, your planet till now was in Gemini, air sign, a fish out of water in the air. Jupiter enters Cancer, water sign, we put the fish back into the ocean, into the sea. So there is this expansion. I am feeling in my own waters. I'm starting to improve. I'm starting to feel more joyful and hopeful for life. I'm going to have more fun for the next 12 months. That's what Pisces, your mantra will be. I just came out of Jupiter transiting my 5th house from Ascendant. And to give you, and it's not as powerful at all as for Pisces. It's going to be in the next 12 months because Jupiter in Gemini is not very strong. But I learned so many. I became excited about life. We went on so many holidays, 5th house rules holidays, to enjoy yourself. And I learned to do things like a child, I learned to ski and I absolutely loved it. So you'd find something to fall in love with when Jupiter is in your 5th house. Maybe not immediately in June, July, but I'm giving you the bigger perspective for the next 12 months. And I found something to fall in love with, which was sport. I started working out. I haven't worked out in so many, I'll try and it will last 2-3 weeks. Jupiter entered my 5th house and it's ticking. For 1 year now, I've been working out. Yay. And it's for fun. I found things to work out because 5th house is sports, is leisure time. And sports have felt not like, okay, I'm doing it to lose weight. I'm doing it for joy and for happiness. And sports has been with Jupiter, and I was sticking to it and I started enjoying it. So sport or some activity you'd find that will bring back joy into your life, or ability to connect to your heart center and ability to enjoy and be in the flow. So positivity definitely will start coming. It will improve your health. as well. Jupiter trining your sign, it will improve your health. I had my poor baby Pisces girl, Saturn transit her sun. She just broke her hand, and Saturn squared her Mars. So I can't wait for Jupiter to enter the fifth sign from the sun, so she starts healing faster, better. Saturn will come back to Pisces in September, but Jupiter is already trining your sign. So it's protecting your body, it's strengthening your health, it's strengthening your well-being, mental, physical, and so on. Fifth house is falling in love in life again, but also falling in love. Some of you might fall in love and happily, maybe not immediately in June. As I said, sometimes Jupiter, it will be delayed because it's invisible still, and in June and July it's squared by Saturn in your second house, so it's a bit more tough time in June. But from August, mark my words, when Jupiter is free of the square of Saturn, you're gonna, for some of you, but maybe already from June, the beginnings of a romantic interest and desire. The universe first gives us signs. So maybe someone can appear, but it can be more manifested later on into the year, or maybe someone else will appear then. But the universe first gives you glimpses and signs of what's about to come. So someone maybe appears, or people start being more interested in you on dating sites, or you get more messages, or something will happen that romantically you start feeling more interest from others towards you, or you will become more interested in that. And there can be more than one romantic interest with Jupiter in the fifth house as well. If you don't care about romance, you might not be at this age. It's about falling in love with life again, or with yourself as well. Finding the joy and the love towards yourself, and finding a way to express yourself more joyfully. That's why people pick up hobbies, pick up things that they do that they're naturally good at when Jupiter transits their fifth house. Discovering a talent, discovering something that you probably never even did before, and you find out you're quite good at it. I don't know what it can be for you. Maybe you learn to swim, I don't know, maybe something else. Or maybe you do drama or art, or maybe some creative project. You become more abundant, more creative, more original and funny. Jupiter through the fifth house, I notice, makes people funnier because they're more willing to express their originality outside. And the fifth house is the actual house of intelligence. It's not the third house. Third house is your mental skills, your ability to learn. But fifth house is originality. True intelligence is ability to think of original solutions to problems and unique ways of thinking. So you'll become a unique way of thinking. You'll expand your self-expression. You can even be, if someone is an artist, musician, a painter, they can become even famous when Jupiter transits their fifth house over the next 12 months. They can be put on a center stage, or if you want to be a politician, if you want to be in some center stage role where you're entertainer, politician, artist, performer, or writer of books, something creative that you do, something original, Jupiter in your fifth house will be very likely the time for you to unfold and to even start getting those rewards. So there might be some new hobby, creative, or new idea that you get for your business. If your business is your baby, like the fifth house, where you can unfold it over the next 1 year and grow it. But also it will make you more fertile. Jupiter in the fifth house is definitely fertility, getting pregnant, having children, or it can be, as I said, falling romantically in love. And it's good because it's a good romantic partner. It's a good karma. Jupiter in fifth house. If someone comes romantically, it's good. Or Jupiter in the fifth house can improve your romantic life with an existing partner, that you have more fun together, that you're more playful with each other, because you become playful, you become more open for life and joy. Or you can just become more creative. Your creative output will be more abundant. You can write more if you're a writer. You can, whatever it is, if you're a singer-songwriter, you get inspiration and it starts flowing for you. Maybe not already from June still, but gradually. And maybe there is a new chapter in the life of your children, if you have such, that you're blessed with in some way, or that they are There, some good new developments are forming for them, expansion, growth. Like my relationship with my children really improved while Jupiter was in my fifth house. I started feeling joy from interaction with them and laughing with them. Before that, it was more like a responsibility. Now it's like, wow, I have fun playing with them. Romantically, you can feel closer to partners as well, or just fall in love with someone else, or fall in love again, reignite love with Jupiter in the fifth house, and so on. So many wonderful things. It's just making you more like fifth house is also the good karma you have stored from your past life action. And Jupiter unlocks it. So you can be more lucky at winning at speculative investments, at gambling as well. I'm not telling gamble, but play the lottery. Not June and July. Jupiter is square by Saturn. It's still blocked there. But later on, it's sometime in the next 12 months, or invest in something like I had like this. Jupiter will really increase your intuition from another water sign. When Jupiter was in my fifth house, I had the intuition. I said to my husband, it was like a download. And I was like, invest in this. Invest. I looked at his chart. It was like a gift from God, let's say. Fifth house is divine gifts. And my husband invested in it, and it jumped 10 times within 3 days. And that kind of 10 times bigger. So it was for me a big win in speculative investment. Or if you get an idea to invest in something, or even kind of something like crypto, whatever, with Jupiter in your fifth house, you'd have the right inkling where to do it. If you hear about that, do it. You'd after June, July, maybe after the end of June, from the end of June, after the new moon in Cancer, you can do that. But you have a 1 year. And yeah, for me, I don't have, but even for me, 10 times you put some money, we put 40,000, 10 times, it's kind of like, imagine, it's big win, it's like lottery win. So it is, it can be very rewarding for such things, for example. It can be very rewarding for if you're asked to invest in something that is a startup and you're not certain about it, but you do it and you can have like a big win from it with Jupiter in the fifth house. And of course, don't gamble too much. You have to be careful, especially June, because Saturn squares Jupiter. But you also have the Saturn conjunct Neptune that starts in your second house, Pisces, which will continue for 1 year. It's most intense in June and July, and then again in February. There is a new beginning being born in the second house. You will be asked to build a totally new financial foundation for yourself that will unfold over the next 35 years. Totally new financial security, totally new source of income for you or for self-sustainability. You'd be asked to reinvent your idea of how you can be self-reliant financially. And it might start with a challenge. It's after all Saturn and Neptune. These are not the easiest of planets. And in June, they're squared by Jupiter and the full moon, so the new moon. So there can be initially some financial disruption or financial challenge in June or July approximately that you need to cope with, which will push you into this new beginning to start thinking about how can I be more sustainable financially. So even if you have this challenge, as I said, June, all those powerful influences are starting, but it can start with a bit of crisis because of the square or the need to take some decision or to make some sacrifice. You might have to make some sacrifice, for example, to let go of some comfortable income or constant income. Saturn in the second and Neptune is where we might have to be asked to make a sacrifice in order to unfold, to allow something else to grow, which is Jupiter maybe, over the next 10 months after that, to unfold something that you're very passionate about, some new creative projects, some new original ideas of yours to grow into something that you love doing instead of working just for the money, Saturn in the second, Neptune. So you might have to make a sacrifice of some comforts initially this first year, Pisces, starting with June, July, so you can allow a dream of yours. Fifth house is connected to the kingdom we want to build, our most free and joyful way of life. And fifth house is to have your own business, for example, or to do something that you're very passionate about, not just to pay the bills, but to have real passion where your natural talents lie in. When you start doing this work, you get lost in it. This is the fifth house energy. You go in the flow, like an artist who paints and they look in its sunrise and they're like, what? I just started. Where did it go? Not saying you'll be painting. It might be something else. It might be like, you might be like a genius on crunching numbers, or you might be genius on, I don't know, like ant farms, but something. You might, basically, what I'm trying to say, there might need to be some sacrifice to tighten belt, to let go of certain luxuries or comforts of life, Saturn and Neptune in the second house, in order for you to invest in what you're very passionate about. Or maybe there might be some expenses for children, or on holidays. You might have to sacrifice a holiday in order to create more financial security. That's another way it can play. You might have to sacrifice in the Jupiter area so you can create more growth in this area here with Saturn and Neptune. I don't know from which side it will come. They throw each other the energies. They absorb them both ways. So you might have to sacrifice some fun or something, time with children in June and July, or time for things that you enjoy doing, so you can focus on second house things like, like security, financial stability, paying bills. Or you might have to let go of some certain stabilities and things that you're very comfortable with, second house and safety, family, whatever, so you can unfold your true passion, this fifth house. Or maybe spend some money for your children on something, or for maybe you let go of some financial comforts here. So because of a romantic relationship, let go of something you've been holding on that's secure, that feels familiar, second house, or because of a romantic interest. So you might have to make a different sacrifice, second house here, Saturn, Neptune in June, July, which is like limited food or intake, or how you eat. Second house is those things, what substances we put in ourselves, what things we buy, or the clothes we own, to let go of some or limit yourself from some of such things. So you can do something fifth house, for example. Or Saturn can squaring Jupiter in your fifth house. You might, on a creative project you're working, or some project that you're passionate about, you might have to really cut off the liabilities and inspect what is wasteful there. Or maybe your relationship with your children, which is the fifth house, to cut off the certain aspect of the relationship that is too to put some boundaries, or to cut off, to make some more stricter decisions there. So, and after that, Jupiter will allow your relationship to flourish when it stops squaring Saturn with a child, or to put some limitations for your child and some orders and regulations. So Jupiter can allow after that the child to flourish and to grow. We need to apply to this fifth house initially, just in June and July, some Saturnian control, quality control of our creative project. Maybe you've been doing a website, writing a book, writing a painting, or writing songs, or doing a business that is your own idea, quality control. June and July, there's something you need to correct there, Saturn, to cut off some liabilities, to something that is not really good, to make it a bit better, to make it a bit smaller, but more quality in some way. So there you go. This is how you might have to juggle between those two houses in June in particular. But there is Venus in your third house. It can have good times, socializing on short trips, very good for that for you, just in June. Very good for some kind of going out with friends, talking, chatting, discussing things, reading, enjoying your time reading, watching Netflix, news, and reading and saying to yourself positive, nice things as well. So yeah, it's a big thing is starting. Both planets that rule you, Jupiter and Neptune, are basically in a massive shift. Neptune is conjunct Saturn, making you serious about money, making you serious about finding a new source of income there in the second house, making you serious to find a new source of more you're just making you start to change over the next 1 year your values, what you consider tasty, what you consider beautiful, what you consider valuable to possess, valuable to in yourself as a person, how you value yourself. Are you underestimating yourself? Are you pricing yourself lower for salary or whatever? Are you pricing yourself too high? If you've been like, oh, I'm starting this business, I'm going to charge $2,000 for consultation, and Neptune Saturn will burst your bubble. It's like, whoa, you need first to do service of a few years and have hundreds of clients before you can go there. Or maybe you're like, like I undervalue myself all the time. I'm like, other astrologers charge $200 for something. I charge 20 because I'm like, well, do people want to pay so much? And when Saturn, Neptune in your second house can really show you the truth of the illusions that you had, whether it's too high, too low, how you value yourself. And so you'll be working a lot on your self-worth, self-value with the second house. And hopefully by feeding yourself healthier food, hopefully and Saturn and Neptune will allow you to let go of overeating, let go of food, imbalances like people have. Saturn and Neptune can help you take care of your self-worth by properly valuing you and putting more valuing you and being more kind. Neptune is divine grace towards yourself, because the second house is how you self-value yourself more realistically, but with grace. Saturn realistically with grace, Neptune. And yes, it can be a bit difficult financially, but this next 1-2 years, because Saturn is there, but Neptune has a new ideal for you. It can bring you new inspiration, new divine dispensation, because Neptune pulls from the invisible worlds some ideals. So maybe you want to live, maybe you want, your new ideal is to make 500,000. I don't know. You're going to have to do the foundations the next 2 years, and then for 35 years, you'll be able to build on this. Maybe you want to work in a very stable company that you'll be there for 20 years and you don't have to worry for another job. So you're secure. Neptune and Saturn will give you the right idea, whatever is right for you, to start working to manifest this dream into reality. Maybe you want to be fully independent financially and you want to retire at 40. Saturn and Neptune will start helping you work towards that goal. You have many years of Neptune, 14 years there. Saturn, 3 years in your second house. But the whole cycle is 35 years. So something will start for you now this year and next year, starting from June. That will really shift your security, financial situation, your ability to self-maintain, your self-sustainability and resourcefulness. For many years ahead. It might be hard at first. The new beginnings are hard. But you'll be willing to make the sacrifice, Neptune, and the hard work, Saturn, to make this goal and dream of yours for financial, whatever it is, stability or independence or certain financial goal, reality. So thank you so much. And as I said, in June and July, it starts with some sacrifice possible. All right, so thank you. And by the way, I'm making Uranus in Gemini webinar. It's 5 hours. You can own it for just $20. Here it is, my undervaluing myself. Saturn and Neptune are conjunct in my second house cusp in Aries, even though I'm an Aquarius. So I'm there on this journey with you, Pisces, about this. And if you want to have it, it's plus a PDF of 100 pages. I'll put a link below. It becomes $30 from July, so early bird, get it for everything. Uranus will be squaring Pisces. What does it mean? If you have Venus in Aquarius, many Pisces can have Venus in Aquarius or Aries, Uranus will be sextiling or trining your Venus. What does it mean? With real life stories. Or maybe you have Jupiter in Leo, Uranus will be sextiling it. So what does it mean for you and how is it going to manifest? Which years? You don't need to know any astrology. It explains it all for first graders, following instructions and very simple with a lot of fun, exciting, exhilarating, encouraging stories, because Uranus shakes everything up, changes it overnight. Bam. As I said, my baby daughter Uranus, I had Uranus on my IC that passed, on the fourth house cusp, that it's coming for you. Pisces, but exactly on the day it went, my daughter breaks her hand. All the plans of our family for the summer, for what we're gonna do, change. Sudden change in the family. So there's a silver lining always, and I show you what the silver lining is, so you don't freak out, so you know it's exactly what should be happening. So thank you so much, Pisces, and enjoy your new mission of hopefully financial independence and new creative ways of self-expression and more joy of life with Jupiter in your 5th house.